Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcake's sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friend. Today is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025, and welcome to day 2 of the Brian Walshe trial. Day 2 of the Brian Walshe trial, in which Brian Walshe's defense is going to be, or is, because we've heard about it so far, Ana Walshe's death was caused by sudden, unexpected death. And that after he went downstairs to wash the dishes, he came back up. And he noticed he tried to climb in bed with the wife that he loved so much, Ana Walshe, and he noticed that something was amiss. And he nudged her, and nothing happened. And then he nudged her a little bit harder, and nothing happened. And then he nudged her for a third time, and she actually rolled off the bed. And it was at that time that he found out she had died. And then he freaked out. He freaked out because he didn't know what would happen to his children if they had no mother. And then because of his situation, and he was going to have to do maybe some prison time, he was very uncertain about what would happen with his kids. And so therefore he did something. He did something. We're not really sure what, because their body has never been found. What do we know? We know that he pled guilty prior to trial to the misleading of the police investigation and lying to the police. And because of his lies to the police that we started hearing about yesterday during his recorded statements, because his statements were actually recorded, audio only, but still, it's better than nothing, right? It's better than, witness statements that are drafted some 6 months later and not signed by a witness. I mean, it is better evidence, don't you think? Yesterday, we listened to, I think we started the third, right? Yesterday, we started the third recorded statement. And today we have 40 minutes left of that recorded statement, and then maybe 30 minutes of direct examination of, he's now Sergeant, I think, Harrison SCHMIDT of the Cohasset PD. Shout out to Cohasset PD for doing all the things, unlike Canton PD, who's pretty incompetent, or at least that's what they wanted us to believe in the murder of Guarino Keefe investigation. And so, then we're going to get to see Larry Tipton on cross, which is going to be exciting. Because if you haven't watched Larry Tipton try a case before, you got a little taste of him in opening. He's a wanderer. He likes to wander around the courtroom. And so sometimes his audio isn't the best. But as far as public defenders go, he's like maybe the top dog in Massachusetts, if you asked me. It also was so refreshing to see a judge yesterday who did not interrupt the proceedings constantly. We almost forgot Judge Diane Freniere was there. And while I might not agree with her on the law, on her decision on the motion to suppress the evidence, the fruits of the poisonous tree of the phone extraction, I do like the way that she runs her courtroom with decorum and integrity. And she seems to be so far even-handed and fair. We haven't heard any loud sighing We haven't heard any exasperation. We haven't heard any, would you like to object, Mr. Connor? Mr. Connor, would you like to object? And only because there hasn't been anything for him to object to yet. Because there's been no cross-examination and Larry Tipton hasn't gotten to say much except for an opening statement. But the exciting thing is, one of the exciting things is we have a new fan. Look at that beautiful fan. And coffered ceiling. You can't see the coffered ceiling today. Yesterday, I think I called it a tray ceiling, but I was corrected in the chat by 2 architects. And we have all kinds of really smart people in this chat. You guys are very learned and very smart, and I love you so much. That is a coffered ceiling, and it's beautiful. And look at the lovely molding with a big N in the middle. This is the courtroom in which Sacco and Vanzetti were tried in 1920. If you don't know, now you know. Right there in Norfolk County in Dedham, Massachusetts. Hold on. The hole in the ceiling is baffling me, says Deburf. Well, what if after he found her deceased and she rolled onto the floor, what if he had to find a place to hide her, and the closest place that he could think of to hide her would be to go out into, I think if there were pull down stairs to that attic, if I remember correctly, what if he just pulled down the stairs and put her body up in the attic? Just until he could figure out what to do. And then he started doing the Google searches, maybe, if those were his Google searches, because, you know, innocent until proven guilty and all, right? The craziest part of this story for me is, and we haven't heard the testimony yet, but we know about this from our pretrial deep dive, is the 6-year-old son who gave a statement to Yuri Bukhenik. And he had a very long and involved story about his mother. Either, I can't remember if he came down and his mom was sleeping on the couch, or he was sleeping on the couch and his mom came down. But he says he saw his mom around 6 a.m. and that she fixed his iPad for him, and that she was wearing her clothes and a 2-foot-long duffel bag, and that she went outside and got in a taxi. And he told that story to Yuri Bukhenik. And that's the same story that we heard Brian Walsh telling the MSP yesterday. Maybe, I think it was DeChico who was questioning him. It was hard to hear. And so who coached that boy? Here comes Brian Walsh. Here he comes. Who coached the son? Grandma was there with him. And did they record it? Did they record that statement? I really want to know. Sounds not up yet, but it will be shortly. And that's Kelly Porges. I call her Kelly Gorgeous because I love her hair. She looks like a natural redhead, and she's a beauty. And she is also a public defender with Larry Tipton. She's his co-counsel. His story was that he was up in the attic putting away Christmas decorations, and his foot went through the ceiling because that was only insulation up there. There was no floor. And I don't know if there was any blood spatter residue because the piece of the sheetrock was in his nightstand. And so I think they would have found that. Right? But there was so much that I couldn't hear yesterday in my earbuds. And so I missed the part where he said something like, I went up there to put the Christmas decorations away, and I found out that it wasn't, you know, there was no integrity to the ceiling or something like that, right? If you can, yeah, the third recording was hard to hear. And if, let's just say, if she died suddenly, there might not be any blood. What if she had a heart attack? There wouldn't be any blood, and so there wouldn't be any blood spatter, right? Because I think that the taking apart of the body was not done until sometime later. Because we're going to see the video of when he went to Lowe's and when he went to Home Depot and when he went to Home Goods and bought the rug and stuff like that. And that was in the days following. And remember, his first interview was not until the 4th of January. And allegedly, she died in the early morning hours of January 1. So he had 3 days to do whatever it is that he did and that he admitted to doing, right? And there's Mrs. Walsh. And apparently, Michael from Justice Served yesterday tried to get an interview of her outside the courthouse. I watched it earlier. And he was just kind of walking after her like, hello, would you like to talk to me? And she wanted nothing to do with him. She wanted nothing to do with him. He basically got a shot of her back and she kept walking. And I'm wondering if that's an Hermes scarf that she's wearing today. His mother does have a lot of money. Somebody put in the chat yesterday. I have a lot of locals watching. A lot of Cohasset moms are watching. And apparently Mrs. Walshe, Diana Walshe, owned something like a $6 million townhouse in Boston or something that she had recently sold. That's the word on the street. That's the word on the street. It'll be interesting to hear from the experts. Marnie says he bought a hacksaw. Do not think he builds anything. I mean, that plastic sheeting in the back of the Volvo that nobody ever collected. How about Harrison Schmidt yesterday, the Cohasset sergeant, saying he saw a trash bag in the basement that he thought had a piece of rug in it, but he didn't look inside? Is the mother potentially involved? I don't know, but we know that he did go to his mother's house the next day. Here's another really interesting tidbit that I want to point out to you so that you look for it. If Guarino testifies today, because he is expected to testify, I think today, he might have gone to his mother's house after the fact and talked to her about it. I'm not sure. They're coming on. I may have to boost it. Let's see how it goes. Definitely have to boost it for you.
You are in continuation of the case on trial of Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, criminal indictment 2023-00. Counsel, please once again identify yourselves.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Portis on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant. Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor. We entered 5 stipulated exhibits of banking records. And so I'm prepared if you would like those for your own record keeping, but they are up here. They've been stipulated to, and then
They relate to the stipulation from yesterday regarding banking records or something different?
they relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the next 5 exhibits.
All right, that's fine.
And then
Where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
The next one for ID is I.
Aye.
These the name is exhibit.
These one is exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be
Thank you for
62.
the clarification. So these 5 went in for as exhibits what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56 is Apple Credit Union. 57 is Barclays / JetBlue credit card. 58 is Leader Bank. 59 is JP Morgan Chase.
Hold on.
Certainly.
I'm caught up, yep.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union. 61 is Fidelity.
Okay. So we start on 62 for today,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I for identification today is our starting point. Okay?
And Your Honor, after this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes, I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right, can I have that from either the clerk or the court reporter? D for ID. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And from the defense, anything this morning before we bring the jury in?
Just briefly at sidebar, Your Honor.
Sure.
9:01, and this judge was on the bench. 9:01, Diane. Can we call her Di? I love that. She runs a tight ship. She looks like Susan Lucci. She's got great hair. And so far, she's been really respectful of not only the attorneys, but of the defendant, Brian Walsh. Another interesting thing is that Greg Connor, who I told is the top dog ADA in Norfolk County, heads and shoulders above Adam Lally, from what I'm told, in pay grade and other things, experience. And he didn't want to touch the Karen Reed retrial with a 10-foot pole. Greg Connor refers to, if you'll notice, the defendant as Brian Walsh, as Mr. Walsh, not as the defendant, right? Interesting, but I think it makes a difference. It shows a little bit more respect for the person sitting at that table, like as if he actually believes innocent until proven guilty. Notice also that the attorneys are very respectful to each other, the defense attorneys and the prosecutors, and I like it. Amy says, I'm confused when the pool was drained. Hi, Amy. Thanks for being here. AMG. I don't know. You guys got to change your names back because it's freaking me out. The pool was drained, I think, the next day. I think the pool was drained the next day because they wanted to see if they could find any, evidence in the pool. And I think that they said that, so it would have been the first day that they came, that she was reported missing, that they came to visit him was on the 4th. I think the pool would have been drained on the 5th. That's when the fire department showed up to drain the pool, but I'm unclear about if it was the 4th or the 5th. If anybody in the chat knows for sure, I can go back and look at my notes. And they didn't find anything. Good morning, Julie. Good morning, Julie. Thanks for hanging with me for 3 months. Linda says, is Greg Connor the one, when the Proctor drop came, said that the other police agencies would get everything? Yes, he is the one who, in the papers, said that we know what our obligations are as prosecutors, and we will be turning this information over to independent law enforcement agencies. Yep, that's him, Linda. You guys don't miss a thing. Not only are you totally snarky and really funny, but you're also wicked smart. Okie dokie says, I'm thinking this proves that, yes, Proctor knew what was supposed to happen in an investigation. Way better job done here. Well, we'll see. But what the jury's not going to hear, but what we know from covering the pretrial is that they had an agreement to search Brian Walsh's phones and iPad for only communications between Ana and Brian. And they violated that agreement and they did a total extraction. And that's how they got to his locations. That's how they got to the dumpsters. That's how they got the video. And that's also how they got the Google searches. So what I think this Hail Mary is, and the reason he's not pleading guilty, is because I think, and I'm sure that Larry Tipton also thinks, that he's got a really good shot on an appeal. That if and when, because it seems likely right now that he may be convicted of murder, that he's got a good chance on appeal to have that overturned. They tried to appeal it as an interlocutory appeal, but the SJC said, no, we're not going to hear it. Come back after a conviction. And so I think they've been doing it for decades. They've been coloring outside the lines for decades. And they've just never been caught. And this is going to be another example of that, in my opinion. Agreed.
Yes, I am.
You guys have snow? We didn't get any snow here. Good morning, Mama Cass KT. Thanks for your time. Everybody, she says, everybody go slap and like to subscribe. Thanks, Kat. Yes, Kat. Yes, KT. A lot of snow in Michigan, huh? The judge did say if there's a lot of snow today and not in Dedham, that she may have a snow day. It may cut it short, so we'll see. Oh, we got it. We got to shuffle the badass cards. Hold on. Thank you for reminding me. Today's affirmation of a badass. Here it is. Don't try to fit in. You were born to stand out. Don't try to fit in. You were born to stand out, everyone. Badass affirmation of the day.
All rise for court, please. Jurors entering.
God save us from the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Freniere, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, brought near, give your attendance and shall be heard. Let's have a call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We had a good night. Jurors, will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you stayed away from all social media and or news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered by, in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Judge Susan Lucci, hair on fleek today, and she got a pink Stanley Cup. I think she's drinking something hot because she doesn't have straw in it like I do. Of course, I have my Bob Weir sticker on here that says, Bobby is my hobby. If you know, you know. It's 2023, in case you're wondering. The hat.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
More than that, so.
With the movement on the very.
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was her scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Monday
going
off
on.
because of one.
Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday, the 30th, when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue, she had to go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see, here's the thing, she sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, but I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing is a bit. I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas when I was talking to Jen was like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jen, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple of months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. It was like, all right, all it did was further confirm that, I got to get to DC kids. We got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
Did Ana ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she
We're getting a little peek into what he's thinking because he's saying, this is what I've been dealing with for months, like her not coming home, her going missing, her having periods of not communicating with him. And I'm sensing a little bit of resentment there. So let me know if you think the jury's picking up on that, because that could mean that he snapped and did do something to her. Right? Just listen to that again.
Did Ana ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight?
Wait, it was a little bit further.
And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be there, confirm that, you know, I got to get to DC with the kids. We got to work this out. It's, you know, it's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be there all the time.
Did Ana ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she said, she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight to Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. If she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days. Which is again, was normal when she said I'm going to take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks of Thanksgiving, but I'm going to stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I don't have more time. It seemed like she was having less and less time.
Okay. On New Year's Eve with Jem,
Yes.
was Jem aware that she had to leave in the morning?
No.
Did, why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably just, we just wanted to, I mean, most likely just to enjoy the, time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so. And we hadn't seen him in person.
You were aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably early. Again, the assumption or story in my head is that she's leaving Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early, it would be Monday.
Yeah, I mean, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised that I got to go.
Okay. So, what were your plans with on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to be the same stuff. The only difference was that she might have come up with me to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, to drop my mother off, so we go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that. No. I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Bella. She's like, he says, can't be my friend. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she brought it up, she did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
Okay.
You said you couldn't be a friend?
He texts on New Year's Eve, saying friendship is over or something to that, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Ana say?
She said, so I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not going to listen to this. That's actually when she put her phone upstairs shortly after. I mean, she understood it. I think he was saying that, I haven't even seen you for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit. I mean, it's not the relationship I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, just by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years, so just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, I would say it was 12, 10 or 15, and then I remember her putting her phone upstairs and she came back down without it.
Was, Thomas came down at one point in the hospital?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed at, he went to bed, and then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Ana took a bunch of photos. Jen and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Will Fasto. So that was when, that's when the photo was taken about. So just maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
Oh, Thomas is the 6-year-old who came back. Who came down in the morning and had some, Dave Matthews' neighbor. We're not going to talk about that kind of gossip over here. We're just not doing that. Okay. He's the one who also told the police that he saw his mom leave in the morning and get into the taxi. The woman that you hear in the recording is Brian Walsh's white collar attorney, Tracy Miner. And she was present for this interview, which is the third interview. I hear a lot of people complaining about not being able to hear because the audio is a little bit distorted. Earbuds are your friend. I've linked my favorite earbuds to the stream. They were $20. They went up to 25. They're JLab. They are your best friend when you're listening to court. So you can find them linked to the video if you need a pair of earbuds that are wireless and good quality and you don't want to pay for the Apple ones. Moving on.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on a bedside.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room down.
What with the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah. Okay. Not in the ceiling tile drawer. on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up, she had,
Wait, I want to take that back. Is this the ceiling? He also said that she sent a picture of the kids to William Fastow. Did you check that? Did you catch that? Did you clock that? But he claims he also didn't know about the affair. William Fastow was the real estate broker who sold them the townhouse in DC. She wrote a glowing review for him on Zillow. It's still up. You can find it. And he claims he didn't know she was having an affair with him. He found it out later. But while he's talking to the police, allegedly he still doesn't know. But he says that she sent a picture of the kids to him. I got to hear that again.
haven't to us yet, but I think she sent one to 9 or 10 or something. I think Ana took a bunch of photos. Jen and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet, but I think she sent one to Will Fastow. So that was when, that's when the photo was taken about. So just maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
Weird.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on a bedside.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room down.
What with the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in the ceiling tile drawer. on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up, she she brought it up to me and Jen at the time. So, that was something, not normal, but.
Wait, so the ceiling was already broken on New Year's Eve? Is that what he's saying? She was mad about it. She brought it up. It wasn't really a ceiling tile, though. It was like a piece of sheetrock, right? Interesting. Jem is going to testify this week, so it'll be interesting to hear from him.
Yeah, he kind of cut us off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. You said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Ana and the kids up to.
Maybe, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time, but we had options and stuff. So.
Was the nanny coming over Sunday? The last night? Was that?
No. The nanny was going to come over anyways. because I was going to go, I set everything up in advance because I was going to have to go take my mother, so I got the nanny there. I didn't know what it was going to look like and what I was going to want to do and things like that. So also, if I was going to see my mother, I was going to take the kids somewhere. We were going to meet up later. But, you know, because I have so little time outside of the house, when I do try to take, you know, most of it as a young man and get everything done, I would say we would do.
You mentioned having options on readers.
Yeah, because I had the, you know, the time to go see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and wanted to do something, you know, with her, with the family. You know, we had those options were available to us, which, you know, like today, maybe not, right? Because I don't have any time.
You guys had an argument after she said she was
No, we have an argument, just, I was taken by surprise, not to be crude, I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep, and, I was like, well, hold on, she's like, I have to get up early, Brian, I have to go tomorrow, and I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, and then she said, you know, I said I have to leave early, I said, I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but.
Oh yeah, it also sounds like he got mad because she told him at the last minute, I have to leave early tomorrow, and she hadn't told him that. It sounds like he got mad about it. Yeah, they did this interview at his house. This is the third interview, and they did this one at his house too. But listen, it's like he's getting mad that she has to leave tomorrow. And he already said, oh, I had to deal with that all the time. I was dealing with that for the last couple of months. Her spending a lot of time away from home, not coming home when she said she was going to. Listen to that again.
I have to go tomorrow, and I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, and then she said, you know, I said I have to leave early, because I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve, so I wasn't going to make the same 3 times. I was like, okay, and then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day, because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday.
If he didn't suspect her of having an affair, he might be the dumbest husband on the face of the planet. Okay, I'm just gonna say it.
How would she contact someone for a ride?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put Lyft on there. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was. And we didn't have this phone at the time. So we had phones in the house.
Did you use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably wouldn't be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know. The only thing I saw was one phone, one and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her, but she programmed all of these.
How did Thomas get his phone?
My mother bought it on I forget when we got the phone, because she had to get the phone and, my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything, so it probably came here on she probably got it on the second or something, everything came on the second.
When you didn't have your phone, when you sent those emails, emails,
Yeah.
what were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
We don't have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having is going together. It's really, I bothered Tracy about it for months. The whole family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I love her and the way we're living, I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. We could take that away from that. I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not, we never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And, we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
Her leaving very early, maybe angry?
No, I wasn't angry, I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then I realized I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too, and it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys, I was always dealing with the boys.
He's using a lot of past tense. I loved her. Pay attention to that.
But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to the.
We were a very good team. We were. Now we are a very good team. Where is she? Why aren't you out there looking for her? Why are you sitting here and talking to me for the third time? Why aren't you finding my wife? She is, at this point, she's been missing for a week. Very odd.
See, just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, right? We're always working together.
In your mind, who do you think she is right now?
I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure. Doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job. And she loved her family, so she was always focused on that. And maybe the country house in Bella, Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time with that. I'm having a hard time with that.
Even the dog knows he's lying. Where do you picture your wife right now? In a spa or in a country house in Serbia? Even the dog knows he's lying.
Do you have any other identification?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian international identification cards, one with Nip. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't know if the date is on them, or the proper date.
Other than Serbian ties, naturally, in the country she visit, or family or good friends.
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France. She speaks perfect French, but she has family. If she has a friend there, I don't know if it's still there. Julianne, but. Other than that would be it. And then we have DC in Boston. Sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader. Okay.
You check international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding.
Do you know what time?
That's definitely one employee, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not cancelled or adjusted.
There was a chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. Because when she she doesn't call, she does something, they do it online, an online messaging.
Oh, she might go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat, yeah. So that's, so she could be doing that and feeding kids or something like that. But but a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back.
Email back, it's live chat.
Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like, they're like, we'll just come in, change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this, and she's always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with the card, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter are different, so, yeah, she never called them.
Anything else at the moment? What about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Ana was talking about making salad, so I don't know if she did it or not. I haven't checked, I haven't looked for anything on open data or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look.
Then,
Because last year we went the whole family, we did go to brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
so normally it's like a bigger
Yeah,
scheduled plan for New Year's.
right, but I mean, this year, things are up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it a normal Thursday request?
Yeah. No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9,
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have a brunch, but it was good.
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No more short of left. No.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was over twice, she did that twice, that's the only, everything else we would do together or people would come to the house. The time together is very important for us.
Did he not allow her to ever see other people when she was in Boston? It sounds like he was a little controlling. You're not allowed to go out with anyone because I'm not allowed to leave the house because of my ankle bracelet. So you can't go out with anyone. She never would have done that, right?
Those friends in the area that,
Peter Kirby,
I think we should speak to as far as that new Anna Walshe, that she was close with that asked.
Peter Kirby, they were in the same leadership school together 3 years ago. And he lives with his wife and John Marshall. They've been calling for support. Jim Lulu, who was here, obviously, family friend, and someone who was, obviously loves Ana very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Ana's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
Keep that pretty much it for now. I mean, we're gonna have to obviously do the dialogue and back and forth as they're getting told and follow-up questions. As you can imagine,
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, let me get that going. But I think she sent it to me.
She was out with a girlfriend 2 nights before, but I think that was in DC. I think she went out with her friend in DC. Her friend's going to testify. I think her name's Alicia. Because remember, she went back to DC between Christmas and New Year's, and then she came back for New Year's.
What was it? Could this be it?
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and for the past week and that'll help us travel and places
Oh.
stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom or?
We gotta jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We get it. How much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
31st through.
Okay, so just. Okay.
We'll give y'all December. We'll give y'all, we're not gonna,
That's
easier, just, they're coming a month.
whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start December 10th.
If you have any statements, so the price that comes in.
Yeah, so will I. But I don't think they do it.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Ana, that's everything online.
Ana's cousin, one of the,
Milan?
land dispute conservator.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was gonna ask his name.
Yeah.
Last name?
Lubitsch.
Has he ever contacted you?
No.
Um,
I think it's best to speak English though.
so you said there was a conflict that,
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've been on basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Ana's father's mother, sort of grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here, and then they've been fighting over it for many years, 20 years. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017, then things didn't work out, things went back and forth, and then just this Thanksgiving, they the deal. So they had a deal that took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform. They were split.
so aside from that, and the, is there any, business conflicts with employees or with this new judge? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people ask me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Ana. I mean, everyone loves Ana. She's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can you do? Love Ana. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that. Honestly, that would be upgraded to anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners and current partners? Anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, we love the guy in LA.
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
A
Well,
civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
okay. But
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reads any.
okay.
Yeah, I understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Ana too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but there's.
This is when he's wishing his lawyer wasn't there. They're like, would there be anybody who wants to hurt you? And he's like, yeah, there's these people in California. And the lawyer's like, no, they're just suing you civilly. They wouldn't want to hurt you. And he's like, probably kicking her under the table, like, shut up. I'm trying to send them in a different direction. I'm trying to send them off on some more wild goose chases because he knows what he did. He disposed of her body. He pled guilty to that.
Ana as well, and then he called Ana during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I don't think so either. But that.
We have the name just to.
Yeah. What is it?
Let the gallery.
or anything, but he had Ron Wigland, yeah. But we did call, he called Ana and he brought her into the case.
What do you say you were called?
Well, he sent her threatening, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
Criminal stuff started.
That's right when the criminal stuff started, yeah. But that would be someone who, certainly I have a different situation. So him and there's John and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean, he's son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jean Lee.
It's another person involved in it.
Yeah.
They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
Yeah,
John could care less, yeah.
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, saying that or do we.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Chung-Lee is what's
Remember, by this time, Cohasset PD has already received an email from somebody named Richard Walker saying, we have Ana. And unless you pay us $128,000 or something in ransom, you're never going to see her again. And she screwed us on a deal. So the police know that they got that email. They asked him in the prior interview, maybe it was even at the beginning of this interview, do you know anybody? Does the name Richard Walker mean anything to you? And now he's trying to give them other suspects. And the lawyer's like, no. They just hate you. They wouldn't do anything to Ana. And yet the police know that they've gotten this weird email from Richard Walker at gmail.com or something asking for ransom. I want to know if they ever followed up on that. I mean, we know what we know now, but wouldn't that be part of a proper investigation?
and what was the other name you said?
The other person who Arno, who's in Paris, he's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
An art dealer.
No, it's all a separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
decorated.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players. And Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife, and did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like those people you want to
Right.
understand that some of those people may be very far-fetched if they have any involvement in that.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty. I mean, he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some about it,
We're
any like contacts.
We will give you any information that we get.
What was that, a truck was here last night, with, out-of-state place, was that a visitor, or? What time did he arrive last?
Adele, yeah, he was late. Yeah, calls were late, so he must have died.
And how long was he here roughly?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother was saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly. But he went. But at one point, he brought Jake Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which was weird. And then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids or to Zach, the kids for a minute. But
I'm hearing a lot, I'm talking around his friends and you, there is leadership. What exactly is going on with this?
yeah, so how to explain it was something called Boston Breakthrough Academy, and it was just a leadership training program. We formed pretty close relationships there. And as I said, we raised a lot of money through our community service projects each, for Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Ana graduated in February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And, you said that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
Okay.
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Adele is a member of this?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
James Bryan.
James Bryan, no. Yeah.
I thought it said.
A mentor from her when she was young at work. Yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When was the last time I went to the leadership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The last time she was
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
Okay. All right.
But, Jen, Melissa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please.
Appreciate that.
Anything from the pool today?
No.
Very, very cool.
Okay. It is 15:36. Sherman.
Your Honor,
Yes,
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
sure. So George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree to them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison SCHMIDT received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so named Ana Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective SCHMIDT received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Ana Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma, comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Ana Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on istockphoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack. And so we're going to rewind it. And we were just talking about this email. Okay. And this is a stipulation between the defense and the Commonwealth. And both sides are agreeing to say that, so that in this way, they don't need to call in anybody from Google. They don't need to call in anybody from the police department to testify that they received the email. Just a Nigerian hoax? But did they investigate it any more than that? I have questions. Okay, so let's just hear. It was $127,000, a very odd amount. It reminds me of the John Benet Ramsey ransom note that had a very odd amount as well. And so I've been wanting to know more about this email. I never knew they received a second email. I never knew they sent a subpoena to Google. I never knew that they found out it was a Nigerian email. In fact, I thought that they were going to say that it originated from Brian Walshe. Okay, so maybe they read about it in the paper. Had it hit the paper at this time? I have so many questions now. Okay, so here's the stipulation. The judge is going to read it into the record again. So pay attention this time. If your mind had started to wander because of that recording that was all garbled, and listen up, take your notes. Nigerian email. Nigerian scammers have entered the chat, maybe. Here we go. Yeah, it was Ramsey's dad's Christmas bonus. I wonder if there was some sort of commission that Ana Walshe was expecting that was $127,000, because remember, she was in real estate. Okay, here we go.
Parties agree with. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison SCHMIDT received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Ana Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective SCHMIDT received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Ana Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma, comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Ana Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walshe sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application, Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Abdullah Al-Matari.
And what is his relationship to Ana Walshe?
A previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There's also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? So, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the, what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information, where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Ana Walshe's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of a Nip, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And
The sound does sound a little garbled to me. I'm going to see if I turn off the booster, if it fixes it.
on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so,
Is that better? Because it's not boosted anymore, though. But can you hear it okay? All right. So we won't boost it. As long as you can hear it, we're good.
when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walshe, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Miner, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Miner.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Miner's residence in Scituate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Miner, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
Proctor.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, For those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and I had indicated to the council, now will indicate to you on the record, certain financial records that the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as exhibits 56, 61. They comprised records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
11:13 on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
David Chico, Trooper, Norfolk County DA's office.
Tracy Miner, attorney for Brian Walsh.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Scituate. Did you see the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house.
Okay, this is not Proctor's voice because we know Proctor's voice. I'm going to ask you sleuths to listen to each person introduce themselves on this tape and tell me who you think this is, because they're not saying who it is. I think it might be DeChico. Here we go. Voice experts, pay attention.
Trooper Michael Proctor.
My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective. 11:13 on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
David Chico, Trooper, Norfolk County DA's office.
DeChico.
Tracy Miner, attorney for Brian Walsh.
So we're here at
Is it DeChico?
244 Gannett Road in Scituate. Did you see the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lived in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Where in which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe it's like, by the nail salon that, I used to do years ago.
What road would that be?
By Kathmandu,
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It's probably the alcoholic wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called. I forget what it's
Okay, and the method of payment?
cash. Okay.
And the time that you would have been there?
7?
Oh, 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking for how to pretty sure.
Okay.
Because
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
after 11:30, yes. But I remember
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
before 7, most likely. It gets dark out, so we're like.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. You think it was 6:30?
I don't.
Okay.
But
So
it could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than CVS and Danvers?
I was there for that time. In the Whole Foods.
And you went there
Earlier.
for the time?
Yeah. I've been going to Walgreens. Anytime I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. So we should be trying to get some.
And on the 2nd, the only place you went was to press. On the second, may I have a look at that? Check, shows, breast. Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. You've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now on the previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve, spent some time with you, with Jim and Ana, and then you've gone to bed, right? And that's what, like 10, 30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can come by the photo that was sent by Ana. We give it a more exact time.
Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Ana and I only use our phones and the, I use everything, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have in there is Apple, except Ana's work computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story in your account on the morning. You said that Ana 6:30 in the morning. Is that right?
Oh, don't.
That's correct.
So
It's Core TV's feed. That's not us.
iPad here, the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of a human body.
54
In the morning.
I don't, I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep.
He's saying we found searches on that iPad asking best ways to dispose of a body. I'm gonna take it back a second. I think it's DeChico who's doing this interview. And just so people seem to be confused, the woman interjecting is not Brian's mom. That's his attorney, Tracy Miner. She's present. This is done at her home, this interview, because she took them to her home while the MSP and Cohasset PD searched the house.
I don't, I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well,
he's
Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually, I mean, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
Yeah. But he does not have the.
Is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, no, it's so, yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's, as a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6 is
exactly.
obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old who, you know, there's no.
No, obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches on that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of a human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of a body in the trash, how to stop a body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I don't, I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
No, sir. I mean, only to get it for his speaking meetings.
Okay. Ana left at 6, right?
How do you explain that? I have no idea. I think he said he only uses it for movies. My 6-year-old.
His speaking meetings.
Okay. Ana left at 6, right?
That's what I believe, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Ana is gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, so on and so forth.
Does a dishwasher remove blood from a knife?
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. I saw his number body, that nature.
That's Proctor. That's Proctor. Did you hear him? Listen.
Continue on January 2nd, so on and so forth. These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. Let's this number of body, that nature. Just monitoring platform.
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2023.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Miner's residence in Scituate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
Oh,
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file
come back and look at your screen if you want to see the what looks like a knife cut or a hacksaw cut to the thumb of Brian Walsh.
number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Kilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the
Tully.
state police and opposed to Detective.
Tully's got his hands in everything. Tully's got his hands in everything.
Other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you doing? So what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
They were dumpster diving.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet
Where are your feet located?
at the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So,
Well, here's her items of clothing. But I'm curious if she was in bed, she died in bed, suddenly, sudden death, sudden unexplained death. Why was she wearing her hunter boots and a jacket and her Prada purse and her wallet? There it is. They're in the dumpster looking for Proctor's career. Dajan Beckett for the win.
Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Ana Walshe on it.
Okay, I wish I could zoom in on this so I could see the dates of her vaccinations, because I don't know. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist ever, but all it takes is one juror to think, oh, she was vaccinated. I've heard somewhere maybe that could cause sudden death. I don't know. I saw that online. All it takes is one.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you.
That's Anna's JetBlue card. He'd had a lot of talk about the JetBlue card yesterday.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And Do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Tudor Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Ana Walshe or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of JP Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45, you may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask you some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th.
I'm sorry, you mean Lufthansa? Tell me you don't know anything about worldwide travel without telling me you know nothing about worldwide travel. That's funny. Hold on. We haven't had many laughs today, so let's just hear that again.
For 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 and 59?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Ana Walshe.
Now, If the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
I don't know where they're going with this, with all the credit card statements. If anybody has an idea, let me know. They had balances on their credit cards, okay.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Ana Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did they say that?
Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Ana Walshe.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Ana Walshe.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
Can you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Okay, I think we're a little bit behind, so we have room to scooch here a little bit.
G for identification, another stipulation.
Yes, may I have G, please?
She's going to read another agreement between the parties, a stipulation.
I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is, I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh.
I can't hear this, so you probably can't. So I'm just going to boost it for this one portion of what the judge is telling the jury. If it's distorted, I mean, we're going to take the booster off. So just listen. See if this is any better.
United States District Court. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Aubuchon Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yeah, do we get
Cross-examination.
cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Vice B.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what's the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes,
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh, do they?
correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin. Where'd you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No,
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Ana Walshe being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes,
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct? That was just read to the jury about the federal case. That was the same case, wasn't it?
correct.
It's about involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case, to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes,
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Miner's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
yes,
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
yes,
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
yes. I believe it was February 10th, the second one I
Oh.
received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew and the detectives knew early on
early on in this case that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Miner's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis?
Love it.
Overruled.
Love it. Objection. Judge Freniere. Basis. Bam. We wanted to know if this judge was going to allow basis for objections, and she insists on it. And I don't know what he said as the basis for his objection, but she said denied. Oh, this is so delicious. I got to play it again. And also, I find it interesting that this Sergeant Harrison Schmidt is admitting a shift in demeanor in Brian Walsh, because I necessarily did not pick up on that on the recording. I didn't pick up on that he all of a sudden sounded sad when asked about his son's iPad searches. Listen, interesting.
I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis? Overruled.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right.
Oh, I've been screaming this into this microphone for how long pre-trial? We never knew this. The searches were not conducted on that iPad. They were synced with another device. Remember when we were talking about whether this was a Gone Girl type situation? And I said to you, could it be possible that someone else's, what do you call it? Your iPad account or your Apple ID, someone else's Apple ID could have been signed into that iPad, and someone else could have made those searches from somewhere else. And perhaps that's why they showed up on the iPad. And now the man, Larry Tipton, is pointing out, no, yes, in fact, those searches were not done on the iPad. Let's take this back, because I've been wondering about this for a long time. And they knew that those searches were not conducted on the iPad, but the way they questioned him, and they're allowed to lie to him. Look, that's known, right? But take a listen.
Learn in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that Whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Those, okay?
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, please.
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously.
Well done, detective. The cuts to his hands occurred before the photos were taken.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency. And when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, and you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheathing.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized. It was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheathing that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheathing, did it match the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday.
Notice the art of cross-examination. We know because we've been doing a deep dive into this case. And he testified yesterday also that when he first looked into the Volvo, he saw plastic sheeting in the back of the Volvo. They never seized it. They never took it. Larry Tipton knew that. And that's why he asked him that question. And listen to what he had to say. You looked in the Volvo, you saw the plastic sheeting, and that was eventually seized. And then he's like, oh, no, it wasn't. See how he had to say no to that question? That's excellent cross-examination. Listen to that again. Because he knows he has to say, no, we didn't seize it. And it makes them look like they're doing a shoddy investigation.
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that.
The seedling.
Sheath.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized. It was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Right. Right. But you see, I asked the question. No, of course you seized it, right? You seized the plastic sheeting out of the Volvo, right? Of course you did. He's like, yeah, no, we didn't do that.
Was there other plastic sheeting that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheeting, did it match the sheeting that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319.
So again, pointing out,
Now that's the hole we're talking.
pointing out, you could have gone in the basement, right? I mean, he told you that you could search the house, right? You could have gone in the basement, right? Yeah, but you just didn't.
Talking about, correct?
Here's the hole in the ceiling.
Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking the tour of the house?
Is your testimony?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes. So I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for.
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
So they believed him about that?
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers The fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the installation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know, sir, that the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
He knows his insulation.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I
Listen,
apologize.
I'm no detective, and I'm certainly not in construction, but I know a lot of you are. And just, I don't know, riddle me this, because that's the paper covering the insulation. I have the photo up on my phone. If you're in the attic and your foot broke through the insulation enough to make a hole of the ceiling in the sheetrock, a hole in the sheetrock, or whatever, particle board, whatever that is, wouldn't the paper also be ripped in that portion? I'm no detective, but I would think that his explanation for that is sus when there's no tear in the paper. Thank you. Thank you. Not necessarily. You mean my foot could break a hole in the sheetrock like that without tearing the paper in the insulation? I don't know. I don't know. It would just make my spidey senses go up if I was a detective. But apparently they believed his explanation for that because he just said, oh, well, his explanation sounded reasonable that it happened before January 1st. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like it's disrupted at all if you rewind and look at it. I got to make this more interesting somehow because everybody just thinks he's 100% guilty. So, let's just find some interesting things to talk about.
Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all of that. You went down into the basement.
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there.
I did.
And you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
With your boot.
All right. Listen up. Listen up, because this is the part about the trash bag that he thought had a piece of carpet in it. And he manipulated. He kicked it. He kicked it with his boot. He found it in the basement. But he didn't open it. But he thinks maybe, well, let's hear what he thinks.
I did.
And you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
With your boot. And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags. And using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
And of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was.
I don't remember any Google searches about finding blood in a pool. I remember Google searches about how to get blood stains out of a wood floor. Does anybody remember any Google search about how to measure blood in a pool? Maybe we haven't heard about that yet. I got to listen to that again.
Had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about. You're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talk about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice, one on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminals from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day. It went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
What did they find? Did they find any blood? Told you guys we're going to like Larry Tipton. If you didn't watch the Penny McGee trial, go back and watch it. It's only a couple of episodes long. It's in front of Judge Cannone. Fabulous.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message.
He's a public defender.
There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I pointed that out too.
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
It's Messenger, Facebook Messenger.
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
iMessage.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
Roll tape. We heard it. iMessenger. We heard it. And I said that. And now he's got his grand jury transcript. Oh, and that my freeze game is on point today. Oofa.
I don't recall. Likely.
Well, you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay. And when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Ana Walshe, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Ana Walshe and one person named William Faster, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Ana Walshe and William Faster.
That's her lover.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
Okay. And in fact, are you aware of...
Here's why this is important, okay? The Commonwealth does not have to prove motive, but a jury likes to know about a motive, right? Jury likes to hear about motive. And I think the Commonwealth is going to try and show, well, I think Greg Connor said in his opening that Brian Walsh knew about the affair, right? Between Ana and Billy Fastow. I'm going to call him Billy. And Larry Tipton is now getting this witness to admit that there's no forensic evidence that Brian Walsh ever saw any messages between them. How are they going to prove that he knew that they were having an affair? Happy anniversary to us, Laura Lee. 19 months, girl. We're in it for the long haul.
Of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Oh no, taking it back to the beginning of the question.
And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade Messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook,
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about messenger, you're talking about messengers, the format used by
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people
Where do you want me to
who
put 'em?
want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
Where do you want me to put the captions? I'm not a cupcake. I can't please everybody.
You are unaware,
They blocked
as you
the
sit here
chat.
today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walsh saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Ana Walshe and William Fasto, aren't you?
Correct.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and if I could withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present with others, correct? Other
Yes.
officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
It was DeChico, confirmed.
During those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in DC, and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fasto, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fasto sold the $1 million townhouse to Ana Walshe and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fasto, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fasto, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Ana Walsh might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training and experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Another way.
You had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fasto in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the DC area, correct?
Correct.
along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Ana missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Ana. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back. Sorry about that.
I'm
Or a
sorry.
new question.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good time to point out that in Massachusetts, they use a voice recording system for stenography. And so you see the court reporter talking into a machine. In New York, we still have the old-fashioned steno machines, and the court reporter pulls up her tape and she reads it back. This court reporter is now going to have to go back into her voice recording, and maybe
Could I
she's
hear
going to
that?
read it
No.
back.
If I was supposed to.
Maybe the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
Can't do that on the fly in Massachusetts.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay, but regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Ana missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Ana, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room. So keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge.
Listen, I don't know who the pool camera is, but if it's Law and Crime, Court TV, whoever it is, get him a lapel mic. They're wireless now. It's easy. Then he could still do his wandering, feel comfortable, and we can all hear him. Thanks, Judge. Judge Susan Lucci, we love her.
You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh, it's break time. Then it's Guarino time. She likes to do an 11 o'clock break. And we might be a little.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Oh, is he going to call Guarino now?
Commonwealth calls Trooper Nicholas Guarino.
Guarino time for those of us who celebrate. Congratulations, everyone. We made it. Tell your friends. Is he a trooper now? Is he a sergeant now? Here he comes. We've named him Trooperino. Trooperino, and we can bet that most of which he's going to say is going to be.
Are you standing face the court for me?
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish.
Sounds like a robot.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
He had a really bad car accident, and I think he was almost killed. And I'm going to have to do a deep dive into that car accident. Maybe you guys should too, because I have questions. Remember how he said, kill me on the stand during Karen Reed's trial? I have questions.
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous SCHMIDT classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is SCHMIDT?
SCHMIDT is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
Okay, so just, I don't know, just spitballing with you guys here. Are they now gonna put in evidence that SCHMIDT is 100% reliable and that we should trust all of the searches done on what we now know wasn't even Brian Walsh's son's iPad, but should we trust the timestamps for those Google searches? Because in the Karen Reed trial, you brought in experts, Ian Whiffen, to say that SCHMIDT timestamps are not reliable. In fact, because of the Karen Reed case and the 227 search of Jennifer McCabe's phone, SCHMIDT has changed their software and it is no longer, the timestamps are no longer reliable. It's going to be wild to see if they try and argue that these searches are reliable, the timestamps are accurate, and you know Larry Tipton's going to go for it because he paid attention during Karen Reed. So this could be very interesting.
And SCHMIDT is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes. SCHMIDT, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes, CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract
devices, Celebrate Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get. And also CAF, which is Celebrate Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
In the Karen retrial, extensively.
Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So jurors, we're going to take the morning break and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, so the court, please.
Time for the break.
Close your notebooks, follow me.
I'm just good to see how far we are behind, so I know how much time we have for the break. Let's see where we are.
Does anyone need anything before I step off the bench? Seeing nothing, have a good break.
Okay, we're like, that's good because we stopped, and so we're about 26 minutes behind, and so they should be coming back from their break soon while we take a few questions. See, they're coming back at 11:30, and they're back. We don't even have time to do our questions, except their volume's not up yet. Thanks, Gigi, for gifting a membership. Julie, thanks for your 10. Says, is there a chance he starts pointing at the mom? They seem to go out of the way to talk about her hiring a PI, and then she was always at the house when the police were there. No, his defense is that she died in her sleep. She died in her sleep, and he came up and found her dead and panicked. So I don't think that there's going to be anything to do with the mom. Guilty or not, I'm loving Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton said, trainer FFDP. Thank you, Soap API says to me, to get me to the legal standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm going to need, number one, some kind of DNA evidence. And two, searches or other that indicate intent or of any relevance really prior to her disappearance. That is also an interesting thought. Thanks for your super chat. Expert architect, thank you for correcting me on the coffered ceiling. Says I just took a real good look at it, and there's no way that his foot caused that damage to the ceiling from above. I knew you were here. We have a very professional chat here. A lot of lawyers, a lot of doctors, a lot of architects, a lot of nurses, people who have a lot of specialized, a lot of like technology folks who know a lot about forensics. I see you. Common sense should prevail said, Melanie's merch is so soft. Buy her sweatshirts. Thanks, really do. To share all your knowledge with all of us. Thank you so much for your super chat. Sumo says, Melanie, do you think the hole in the roof of the bedroom could have been done to cover up a bullet hole? No, there's been no evidence of any firearm involved here. There's been a Google search, how do you get blood off of a knife? But they did find the piece of sheetrock in the nightstand. And so I mean, I think they might have been able to see if there was a bullet hole in there. So I think maybe it might have nothing to do with anything, except for, like expert architect says, that if he did step in that if he did step through that insulation from the attic, the insulation sheeting would definitely have been ripped, and it wasn't. Thanks, real Steve. Harrison SCHMIDT also happens to be the name of one of the last 2 astronauts to walk the moon in 1972. Thank you, and thank you on top for your super sticker. Laura, thanks for your 5. Says the biggest lie is him putting away Christmas decorations on New Year's Day. Fat chance of that happening ever. Thanks, Laura, for your 5. Kathleen, thank you for your $10 super sticker.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Thanks, Britt Bottoms, for hanging out for 14 months. And Guarino's back.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Guarino, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show.
Okay. I'm just going to point out some more obviousness. Crime Scene Services was there to take photos of where they found the evidence. Ever wonder why Crime Scene Services wasn't called to 34 Fairview to take photos of where they allegedly found the taillight? And they called the CERT team instead. And the CERT team, as we know from this case, is tasked with finding missing persons, because that's who they called when Ana Walshe was missing and they were searching for her. The CERT team does not come and photograph evidence. Guarino just told us that. Crime Scene Services comes to photograph evidence. See what's going on here?
Of the search warrant.
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor. Number 63 through 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right.
I mean, if they have a chain of custody log for this, my
And the
my
defense
head's
has
going to
agreed
pop
to this.
off.
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Guarino, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 64, 7208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or Eden Nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So,
Trooper Guarino, can you explain that, please?
yes, so the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being Exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, Exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 6763, I'm sorry, 6.
Anybody notice that the sheets were changed? Wasn't the bedding purple in the original photographs that we looked at? I mean, his wife is missing and he took time to change the sheets, it kind of looks like. This is on the 8th. Remember the original photographs taken maybe on the 4th or 5th? Just noticing.
Of Trooper.
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it was the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and that has an alarm on the door. So only select few can get in there. So we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a third computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves?
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. For those of you who don't know, because you didn't do such a deep dive with me in the pretrial stuff, Brian Walsh's devices, 2 of his phones and the kid's iPad had already been seized and extracted fully and returned. Then when they went back to the house on the 8th, they seized those devices again, in addition to all those other devices, see? So they already had a total extraction of those other devices without a warrant. That is why, in my opinion, if he is convicted, this case will be overturned on appeal. All they had to do was wait to get the warrant like they did for these devices. I disagreed with Judge Freniere on the law strongly, and I still do.
Photographs and ask if you can identify. I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify. Well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra 0. _1 showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This one looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
Just to show that the phone is the passcode, it's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you see is pursuant to a search warrant at the Walsh home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the
Did we ever see one picture of John O'Keefe's phone? I mean, or Karen Reed's phone for that matter, or Jennifer McCabe's phone. Did we ever see any pictures of any of their phones as they were logged into evidence? I don't remember. I don't think so, though. No, of course we didn't.
Manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, wherever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
And did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a
Does anybody know for sure? Don't guess. Are Ed Keefe and Connor Keefe related? Just curious, because there seems to be a lot of generational law enforcement, not just in Massachusetts, but in Canton.
Forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from, as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it, or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE, writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use gray key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we have.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for The MacBooks I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walsh residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range? Sorry about that. What was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@10saleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yeah, so Apple products save to a knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
Look at the size of the binder. This is the binder of all the Google searches for a 2-week period from January 25th, 2022 to December 20, from Christmas Day, December 25th, 2022 to January 8th of 2023. They talked about this pre-trial, how they were going to put it in a binder for the jury to see. And that is what they have done. And we were told it was, I think, thousands of searches. I forget how many pages. If you guys remember, let me know. But we're in a little bit of room to scooch because I can't wait to get to cross-examination. And whether they talk about timestamps and how inaccurate they are. Yeah, only a 2-week period, and to think that they actually used the parameters of the search. He did Google Fastow, but here's the interesting thing, Sam. Fastow was the real estate broker that sold them their townhouse in DC, and they were looking for investment properties because that is one of the many things he told police during one of his many recorded interviews when he talked and talked and talked and talked and talked and talked and talked. He's a talker. He's a talker. He and Kerry Roberts would have a lot in common. Vexatious Parrot says, I love how informed Melanie's chat is on the case. Kudos. We've been following this for a long time. Thanks for being with me for 24 months. You're an OG. Speaking of G, Gigi gifted a membership. Gigi gifted a membership. Thanks, Gigi. Smart Ahari said, was this ADA a former Disney greeter? And now I can't unhear it. Bridget says, just tell them that Celebrate is a joke. Tell them the truth. Thanks, Bridget. And thank you on top for pointing out that you think that Guarino is wearing the same Sears suit that he wore during the testimony, during his testimony in the 2 Karen Reed trials. Jody Mitchell says, have to head to a funeral this morning. I'm so sorry, but I look forward to this coverage when I get home. Thanks for all you do. XO, Judy from Peabody. Peabody has entered the chat, and they've talked about Peabody a couple of times, and thanks to all of you for teaching me how to pronounce it. I think I'm doing it right. Happy anniversary to us, beautiful fairy raven from Ireland. 21 months we've been together, and Julie Johnson gifted a membership. Thanks, Jules. And yes, this is true. We still have yet to see one picture of John O'Keefe's phone. Is he frozen, or did I accidentally pause it? No, it's still scrolling at the bottom. They're at sidebar. I think this is the first sidebar the judge has had while the jury's been in the room. Am I right? Zoe, are you here? This might be the first sidebar. They've had 1 or 2 while the jury was out of the room in the morning. Maddie says, I would love it if Tipton would be interested in doing an off-air interview. Would love to learn more about him, but I know he doesn't want to be in front of the camera. Yes, I tried to get him to come on the show after we watched him try the Penny McGee case. That would be interesting. You're right. Maybe I could ask him questions off camera and just report back on my interview. I think that would be a great idea. Although I don't know if he'd speak about this case because of, what will likely be a pending appeal. But maybe some general questions would be okay. I think he's a great lawyer, and I really like his style. He's fiery. He makes you pay attention, and that's what a good attorney does, right? Holds your attention. Doesn't bore you to death. Heather wants to know if Larry has any Proctor texts for Brian. Well, we do know from so many hearings that we watched in front of Judge Krupp that there is evidence that was found in Proctor's phone, not only in the federal dump, but in the total phone extraction that is relevant to this case. And it will be brought in my opinion. You can see Larry Tipton's job is to poke holes in the investigation, and that's what he's doing. And he's on the witness list for the defense, Proctor is.
Oh, sorry.
The attorneys came back, and then the judge called them back to the bench again. Right. And I've been saying this, CJ, for a long time. Just try and spell nudes a different way in the chat because YouTube doesn't like it. But remember when it first came out in the Karen Reed case, no nudes yet. And I said to you and the world and everyone both times, I said, you think it's the first time Proctor's been looking for nudes in somebody's phone? I pointed out Ana Walshe, beautiful woman. Think he was searching for nudes of Ana Walshe. Maybe this was a thing that they did. Maybe this was a custom and practice and habit of these Massachusetts State Police troopers that were assigned to the Norfolk DA's office, because I think we might find out. If it's true, it'll be definitely brought up in this case. Loco Diablo says his defense is okay, but Walsh is guilty as the day is long. He dismembered her, for God's sake. The guy's an animal. Well, there's no proof of that yet. He pled guilty to improper disposal of remains. Okay. I submit to you that if he did take her apart, there would be so much blood in that basement that you couldn't remove it with any amount of baking soda or Clorox. Maybe he looked up ways to do it. He bought those tools and he didn't use
Noting
them.
the defense's objections and the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 79.
79, please.
That's item 3. That is, for the record, it's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now, because it's so big.
All right, so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and we've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? Or number 9, you're probably the farthest away from the screen. Yeah. You all set? All right, and same for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder, marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
Oh, really?
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when
That's the last time the user accessed the website. So Haas long to dying cold. If it said 227 on the extraction, that would mean that that's the last time the person searched for Haas long to dying cold. Did he really just say that? Okay, let's listen to that again. My forensics experts in the chat can tell me if I'm wrong.
that the user
URL mean?
the URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime, it would be minus 4 hours. So we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit counts how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive. And it has a string of numbers and letters, users, B. Walsh, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes, so it's going down folder wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the history DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk.
Because this is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
Oh, did you ever use that on Jennifer McCabe's device? This carve tool, did you ever dig a little deeper? Or did that not exist 1 year prior? Oh wait, Jennifer McCabe gave up her phone when? February of 2022? Right. Hold on, I got to hear that about.
Parsing or carved, pulled from the data extract.
This is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the evidence number is just the name of the disk.
It's their feed that's
because this is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice? But
nope, it's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search. The query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that it was done, the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record one, to page 533, record
1980.
let me just check it. $1981.
Okay.
Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 ways to dispose of a dead body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says dash page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do
10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. This is always like what I thought was like the dumbest search of all. If you really need to. But again, can we really trust these timestamps?
this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's the, doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 ways to dispose of a body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the second page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, then showing that also that the visit count is 4. So it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What?
Okay, come look at your screen for a second. If you're away from your screen, come back. Look how thick that binder is. Okay, this is only 2 weeks of browser history. This is 2 weeks of Google searches. From Christmas till the seizure of January 8th. That's a lot of paper. I don't know. Looks like 4 inches of paper to me, maybe more. Did he really need to, though? How long till the body starts to smell? That means, I mean, that indicates to me that he was going to think about it.
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
It was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 540.
Why would somebody switch from using Google to using Yahoo? I'm a Google girl. I hate Safari. I don't ever use it, and I have an iPhone. I don't ever use a Yahoo browser. I don't even know what the hell Bing is. I don't know, but just give me some reasons why somebody would switch up from a Google browser to a Yahoo browser on the same device.
3. Record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
Time drifts, doesn't it? To get different results, you guys are telling me. Excellent. Thank you. Different hits on your search. Got it.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Yeah. Does it go to the following page? Yeah, so that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
An article of how to dispose of a body if you really need to is 11 pages long. That's how many pages. How many of you are going to go Google that now? Yeah, they're Yahoo shaming in the chat, and I agree.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
The title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125? 2125, 576.
Should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
There we go.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is?
Object, Judge, in this, from the sidebar first.
Yes.
Objection sidebar to the Google search. How long does DNA last? That was allegedly made on January 1st at 9:33 a.m. We have some room to scooch. The Helena you know says Tipton will slide in like, hey, Joan Cusack, hold my cappuccino. Well done, girl. Well done. Well done. Thanks for noticing me, says. Wait till we start getting cases involving Chat GPT. The binders will be thicker. You guys are hilarious. You guys are so funny. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I don't know where it is. It was about Ask Jeeves. And it was about Chat GPT, and it was funny. But now I can't find it. How long does DNA? Jenny Cochran is here. Hi, Jenny. How long does DNA last? Day Jen Beckett says, Larry's like a greyhound in the traps. Let me at him. Let me at him. Now he's the dumbest criminal on the face of the planet. These Google searches are stupid, right? Everything is fine over here. And now we find out they weren't even made on the kid's iPad. Thanks here for humanity for rejoining.
I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
Yes. If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Dash Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, What is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? Question mark.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
Just call Brian Higgins.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
Dumbass.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
How should I act? My wife is missing. How should I behave?
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:30:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
It's ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
I mean, think about this. Okay. Allegedly, he killed her or she died sometime after 2:30 a.m. All right. Because Jem Mutlu left their house around 1 or 1:30. Brian said they went upstairs for a bit, said he went downstairs after an hour and did the dishes and then came back. He wouldn't have come back till like 3 a.m. And all of a sudden, right away, he starts searching all of this stuff. Why are all these searches on the same day? Unless it's wrong. Maybe he searched it 3 days later, but everything reverted back the last time the tab was open on January 1st. I have so many questions. Right? He was doing dishes with the knife. Yeah. But I mean,
What is the title on page 597,
Come on, Cross.
record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body, dash murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
And are we forgetting also that Brian Walsh apparently had a cybersecurity training company? Just a normal dad looking at normal dad searches.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Patrick Kearney.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is was named the trash bag killer. He would
Really?
murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
The trash
What is
bag
the
killer.
time and date?
Objection.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the
The trash bag killer. I mean, I don't even know what to say. He's the dumbest criminal in the world, and he works in cybersecurity. Yesterday, we heard him testify that, didn't we? That he had a cybersecurity company, kept talking about his partner and his company, and they trained other people in cybersecurity. Right. I mean, Stephanie says it, I think, maybe what some people are thinking, and says, the guy is guilty, but it feels like these searches are fake, like these cops want to make it stick. I don't know. We've seen the way they do stuff in Norfolk County. We saw that Guarino missed, 32,000 messages in Matthew Farwell's phone related to Sandra Birchmore. And that was Sandra Birchmore. This is 2023. Sandra Birchmore was 2021. Trash bag killer has entered the chat. I mean, did he was it referenced in one of the prior articles that he read and then he decided he needed to do a deep dive into the trash bag killer? How many of you have just Googled trash bag killer? Patrick Kearney, not sure how they spell Kearney, if it's like Aiden Kearney or Carney. Some of these searches are links he clicked on, not actual searches he typed in. It's wild. Karen says, if a new DA gets in Norfolk County, can they press charges on Robert Devine? For what? Also reopen Officer John O'Keefe's case. I mean, if there's a crime, if there's proof that Devine committed a crime, they could, depending on the crime and the statute of limitations, if there's a statute of limitations on the crime. Could they reopen the investigation into Officer John O'Keefe's murder? Sure. And I think that's the platform that Adam Deitch is going to run on. On top says, man's itching and twitching may be AJ derangement syndrome. Thank you. On top. Do you think Jennifer McCabe is living rent-free in his head right now, Guarino? And he just can't even focus? Barry says Photos Doulos would have been a better search for what he did. I don't remember when that happened. Remember, this was in the beginning of 2023. I don't remember when that was. So many searches. He must be a speed reader. All right around the same time. Early morning hours of New Year's Day. I guess until the nanny got there. because then he went out, right? When the nanny got there, I think he went to his mom's house. I don't know. You lady in the back says, I am back to believing Gone Girl, and he's being forced. This crap is so stupid. Except for he pled guilty to disposing of her remains. But it doesn't necessarily mean that her remains were in pieces. Maybe he disposed of her whole body in the ocean, like somebody said, like he lives near the ocean. We don't know. And I don't think he's going to be forced to tell. Stephen tells us, I live 20 minutes from Cohasset, and there are a lot of wooded areas in his backyard. No blood after the weather. Plus, he's only 5 minutes from the ocean, Nantasket Beach. Yeah, but if he did what they're saying, I think their theory is that he took her body apart in the basement. Wouldn't there be a lot of I don't think the weather would have anything to do with taking the blood away in the basement, right? So did they go in there with luminol?
So jurors, I'm going to strike that last, for purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of Mr. Kearney, or the article being that about an individual, Mr. Kearney, that killed people and put them back.
She's striking the reference to Patrick. She's calling him Kearney, so now I know it's spelled K-A-R, K-E-A-R-N-E-Y, as being the trash bag killer.
That's stricken.
They've already heard it, though.
Looking at page 603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Yo, TJ, I hear you're watching me from school, and aren't you supposed to be paying attention in class? I don't want to get you in trouble or call you out, but hey, TJ, thanks for watching.
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it shows a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where companies can upload whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then
Everybody say hi to TJ and tell him he should be paying attention to his teacher.
609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
These timestamps aren't adding up.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364.
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title on page 657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide -YouTube. Meaning it's a video of those search terms.
There's videos on YouTube.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
Oh.
What is the time and date?
Oh, because he decided that there was bloodstains on the wood floors and the concrete. Now it's just, this is straining credulity. I think TJ is going to be an excellent lawyer. And I'm going to submit to you that TJ, who's in high school, is likely learning more by watching us and reading the chat and listening to this ridiculousness than he's probably learning in whatever class he's in right now. He may be at lunch, so he may not get detention for this, but.
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap -Cohasset?
What is
Okay. Is it possible that a knife would still have HIV on it? I'm sorry. Did Ana have HIV? What? Hold on a second. I got to hear that one again.
the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap -Cohasset?
Dish what?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
Oh, maybe he
What
had,
is
'cause
the
he had a
title
cut on his finger. Did he cut his finger with the knife? This was not on my bingo card today. Now Walsh is just trolling us. I mean, did they take apart the dishwasher? Now I need to know. Did they, knowing that they have all these Google searches, did they ever take apart the dishwasher? Did they ever take apart the washing machine and the dryer to see if there were any fluids or anything in there? Did they look through the dirty laundry? I am so curious.
Page 693, record 2502.
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, AM.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone-Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 AM in 15 seconds.
What is the title?
Where were the kids when he was allegedly taking apart his wife's body in the house? Because remember, the night before, there were pictures taken because the oldest 6-year-old came down. He woke up and he came down while they were having the New Year's Eve dinner with Jim Mutlu, and they took a picture with the kid, and then Ana sent the picture to the lover, Will Fasto. What if the kids came down while he was doing this? Like, what? I don't know. This is starting to strain my credulity a little bit.
On page 694,
Right.
record 2507.
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 AM.
I'm sorry, are we boring you?
What is the
Trooperino?
title on page 699, record 2524?
Yeah, the nanny.
TJ
was-
Maxx near me, Norwell, Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 AM.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 AM.
What is the title on page 7?
Okay. She doesn't even sound like a Disney princess anymore. Now she sounds just like a robot, like Tilly Norwood has entered the chat. Remember Tilly Norwood, the first AI actress? How long do stores keep security footage? Oh, look, he's scratching his nose. What is that a symbol of or a symptom of? January 2nd at 10:32 AM was the how long do they keep security footage? When did he go to the stores? I need to know. Did he search for that before he went out and bought all the cleaning supplies and the hacksaw and the hatchet, or after? So I'm gonna put a star next to that one. January 2nd, 10:32 AM.
724 into 725, record 2608.
How to saw a body, Google search.
How to saw a body.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 PM.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body, Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 PM.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body, Google search.
Hacksaw.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 PM.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
Now, remember for a murder one in Massachusetts, they have to prove premeditation. And I feel like all of these Google searches are working against any argument of premeditation, right? Clearly, he wasn't planning, says Robin. He obviously didn't plan ahead. So I think that these Google searches are working against a premeditation argument on behalf of the Commonwealth. And remember, all it takes is one juror to have reasonable doubt. So if they can't meet the premeditation prong of murder one, they can't get him on murder one. I don't know. Just trying to think outside the box because this is insane.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 PM.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Bingo.
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E true crime.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
I'm sorry, what? No corpse, no conviction, no body, I'm sorry, I just got to hear that again. Because she does sound like a bingo announcer and I just can't unhear it. It's like B, the number is B12, B12. No body, no problem? No body, no crime?
647.
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, ? No problem.
No
Notable
corpse.
murder convictions without a
No
body
problem.
- A&E true crime.
No corpse, no
What is the
problem.
date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670? $745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
Broken teeth? He broke her
What
teeth?
is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals - Brockton, MA, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
Spoiler alert, these are the dumpsters in which they have video of him dumping bags. The Chatham Apartments and the other apartments that they just mentioned, the Abington Apartments.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mass smells the best? Google search.
What powder what?
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace, -5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is...
And I wonder what the answer to that was. Oh, my freeze game is so on point. Because remember, when he consented to have his devices searched, he gave an iPad, the kid's iPad, and he gave his cell phone or 2 cell phones. Can a police get your search history without your computer? What's the answer to that? Did he think he was in the clear because he got a bad article that told him no? Because anybody who has an iPhone knows that all your devices sync up. Your laptop syncs up with your iPhone, which syncs up with your iPad, and so you can find all your Google searches on all of them. Did he get bad information from Jeeves or Bing?
The title on page 904, record 3184.
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January?
And again, I'm going to point out that when he did turn over his cell phone, because that's an important search right there, right? Can your cell phone tell your location? What was the answer that he found? Because he sure as hell wouldn't have just handed over his cell phone knowing that they could get his location data, which is exactly what they did. It's exactly what they did. That's how they got the video of him throwing stuff in dumpsters. I mean, so think about that. What was the answer to that question? If the answer to that question was yes, of course, you idiot. Of course, he would not have just handed his cell phone over on consent, right? I don't know. This is a little bit of, overkill. And rest in peace, Ana Walshe, and justice for Ana. And it's always about the victim, always. But this is really, my head has popped off. It's on the ferry now to Connecticut. If somebody could just please pick it up before it makes it all the way to York Beach, Maine, that'd be great.
904, record 3184.
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
Yeah, it does.
What is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so. From the MacBook on?
On the MacBook from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so wouldn't it be 8:03?
Okay, so from 8:55 PM.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates.
Yes, Anna's boyfriend was the realtor who sold them the town home in DC.
Thank you.
And she wrote a Zillow review for him, and last time we checked, it was still up.
I'm gonna double check.
Oh, he actually wants to check something.
Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 PM, what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login, Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes, in the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes, it says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522, does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet scandal, Seth Gamble, erotica X dash.
All right, TJ, if you're in school right now, you might want to put your headphones on so nobody hears this. These are the corn searches. We're going to call them corn searches on YouTube because that's what we're forced to call them. I'm going to take it back to the beginning of the question. There was a lot of pretrial motions in lemonade about whether these searches could come in. We're going to discuss them over the break. They usually go to lunch at 1 or a little after 1 until 2. It's 1:03 right now. I think we're a little scooch behind, and I can't wait for cross. It's going to be an exciting afternoon.
Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet scandal, Seth Gamble, erotica X dash pornhub.com.
And what is the date
Pornhub.
and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 826.
This was before the alleged murder. It's 2 days after Christmas. Cheating wife gets impregnated. Type corn. How this is relevant? I don't know. How that indicates that he knew that his wife was cheating? I don't know. Listen, people's corn categories are no business of mine. We're not kink shaming anybody, but does that prove that he knew his wife was cheating? Let me know what you think. Yes or no? I think it's prejudicial, and I don't think this should have been allowed in, but they didn't ask me. No, we're not making a corn playlist. No, Davey, no.
6, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
It's there. It's the titles on the, right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B in a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on January 27th, December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 831, if you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Did he do the
Yes, it's there for
live chat
about
with the big booty
7 or
girl?
so minutes.
Thank you.
She doesn't like Jessica Hyde, right? Or Tilly Norwood.
And
I don't think she was pregnant. No, let's not start that rumor.
page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
Yahoo.
And what is the date?
Yahoo.
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
It's 934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
5 best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
Oh.
And
I'm sorry.
what is the date?
That is a big difference. Washington, D.C. divorce laws and Washington, D.C. divorce lawyers are two totally different questions. And we know how he's going to explain this away because Larry Tipton told us in his opening. He was searching for divorce laws because they wanted to preserve the family assets. They were deeply in love. They wanted to be together forever. But knowing that he was awaiting his sentencing for his federal charges of selling the fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay to an Andy Warhol collector. Yes, you heard that right. He was still awaiting his sentencing and he could be going to jail. And so they were going to maybe get divorced to preserve the family assets. So you better correct that, Trooperino. Was he searching up Washington, D.C. divorce laws or divorce lawyers? I think he said laws or lores, some of them say.
What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
Laws.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54, 13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers? 891 and 934. What topic articles are being looked at?
Is this, I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
I think so, Charlie. Thanks.
They're all showing websites regarding divorce, divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951. What is the title being looked at?
You scroll down a little more there. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57, 13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account. Yeah.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay poker dash Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
Is that a gambling site? I don't think she's going through the whole binder. That would be a whole episode. That would be like a whole
Your Honor, I am about to change topics.
27
Would this be a
episodes.
good time to stop for lunch?
Sure.
Sure. So yeah, let's go.
There's something else you want?
All rise for the court, please.
Susan Lucci.
The notebooks. Hold it.
We're a little behind.
Burger, can you just take a look? Be seated. Any updates on the forecast? It's nothing.
Any updates on the
Nothing
forecast?
Burger, can you just take a look?
Are they going to get a snow day?
So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather. It looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it.
I hate nothing burger. I hate that
We don't need to
expression.
worry about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock. Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
The Fan is back and they're at lunch until 2 and we have so much to talk about. I hate the nothing burger expression. I don't know why, I just do. I just do. All right, I gotta make sure that that is up. Well played, well played. All right, we can take Guarino down, but I just, do you think that she's gonna drag this out, this ADA? Mastat, are you here? I know that is not Lisa Beatty, but I need to know who that ADA is because she's making me crazy. She's making me crazy. If anybody knows who she is, let me know. I hope she doesn't drag this out because I want cross today. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. And 100%, I want it today. Let's see. Jason coming in with the hot dig says this is definitely more interesting than a New York Rangers home game this year, sadly, Mel. You know. Go Rangers. I don't know why they can't win at home. Why? Karen said, Karen DePasquale said Tipton's job is to poke holes in the Commonwealth's case, and he's doing just that. No pun intended with the hole poking. Well done. Well done. We covered this one earlier about the insulation. Grammy wanted to know if Proctor will be called. He's on the defense witness list. Commonwealth says they're not calling him for obvious reasons, but he's on the list for the defense, and boy, I hope they do. Tina said he knew she was having an affair because his mom hired a PI. Yeah, but during pretrial, we learned that the PI was told by his mom, do not tell Brian that I hired you. So we don't know whether Brian knew that his mother hired the PI. But I believe she's also on the witness list, and we'll know more about that when we know more about that. And the PI is likely going to take the stand as well. Although I think there was some pretrial discussion about whether or not he could testify. Right? Queen Bee Dub, didn't Brian Walsh give them verbal permission to look into the devices during the first interview? I believe he said, whatever you need. There may be a lot of people who think this. And so I think it's a good time to point out the motion that was the pretrial motion to suppress all of the Google searches and all of the location data, because those phones were seized pursuant to a written consent order. His attorney, Tracy Miner, had a written agreement, an email exchange with Lynn Beland at the DA's office, who at the time was Michael Marcy's right hand. And that phone and the kid's iPad were initially seized, I believe, what day was it, you guys? Maybe the 5th, the day that Fanning went over there to get him, maybe the 7th. And the written agreement was very specific. It said that they could search the communications between Brian and Ana for a finite period of time between Christmas and maybe the date of the search, which was maybe the 5th or 6th. I don't remember right now, but I do know it was before they had a warrant. And so this was agreed to by the two attorneys. There was a whole evidentiary hearing about it with Yuri Bukhenik, who testified, and Tracy Miner testified, although it wasn't on camera. And despite the fact that there was a very limited search parameters, in my opinion, Connor Keefe and Guarino did a total phone extraction, a total extraction on those devices. They returned them to him the next day within 24 hours. And because of what they got from the total phone extraction, they started finding the Google searches. And then they started looking at his location data. And it was because of those fruits of the poisonous tree, as they are called in the world of evidence and illegal search and seizure. That is how they found the surveillance video of him at the stores. That is how they found the Google searches. And so, because that written agreement was entered into after he said, sure, whatever you need, I'm here to help. The written agreement is what governs here. And after a full evidentiary hearing, Judge Freniere found that Tracy Miner, the attorney, was completely not credible, that Yuri Bukhenik was very credible, And that, well, even if they did go outside the search parameters, they probably would have eventually discovered it anyway. She relied on the inevitable discovery rule and also the credibility issue of Bukhenik and Tracy Miner. And so just because he said that doesn't mean that it can't be, you can revoke your consent at any time. And I think that's what they're doing here, is relying on an appeal, because they tried to appeal it and the appellate court said, no, come back after a conviction. We're not going to hear this now. And I think they've got a really good shot on appeal, because if the Google searches and the location data is found to be fruits of the poisonous tree, then all of the evidence that was discovered through that has to be excluded under the Constitution. This was on the MacBook, not on his phones, says Brian's barber. But again, they started finding this Google searches on the iPad, and that's how they got to it initially. And so now they're trying to circumvent that by saying, oh yeah, we had a search warrant for this. And that's all they had to do initially, was get a search warrant, but they didn't. So it'll be easy. It'll be interesting to see what happens on appeal, because I think that's kind of like where we're going here, is definitely after a conviction to an appeal. Do you think there's any shot that he's found not guilty? If one person hangs on premeditation, maybe. Desiderata said he should have called Dear Abby. Thanks for your tuning in from Canada. And free super chat. And Charlie says arguably the weirdest searches in Google history. Thanks for your super chat and for tuning in from down under. Shuda says, love the knowledge and foresight your members have. I know, these guys are wicked smart. You know it. Grace Bay says, I think we lost the plot. The problem was never with SCHMIDT. It was with the cops. And the timestamp issue was only about records in browser state.db. That's way over my head, Grace Base. I know you're a computer wizard. Thank you for your super chat. And that was talking about the Karen Reed case. This is a joke, right? Nope. It's not. Thanks for your super chat, Picolette. You're seriously going to Google, does the dishwasher remove blood stains from clothes, says Charlie from Australia? Apparently. And then this was what I was thinking too. Strange Rain. Maybe the plan was to cut her up and do the cleanup, but the results were like, nah, don't do that. So then he didn't. Right. That's what I'm kind of thinking at this point. But he's going to have to take the stand, right? I don't see any way around taking the stand. Crazy Cat Lady says, if Trooper Guarino has so many qualifications, Marcy should buy him some glasses. His poor eyesight must be why he missed Farwell's 38,000 messages. Well done. Well done, Crazy Cat Lady. Thank you for your super chat. And Charles is here. And he says, she sounds like the voice you hear when you ask Siri, what's the time? Thank you. Barry says, no corn hate, but watching Trooper Guarino, as Judge Freniere calls him, I'm living for Guarino cringe and buffer as he reads them in. I mean, do you think that the jury is going to take the time to go through that entire binder and look at every single search that he made? Ellen says, Google search, how long can ADA drone on during direct? Forever. Thanks for your time. Gigi Has Your Back says, I literally hear the prosecutor reading Goodnight Moon. It's one of my favorite kids' books too. Thanks, Gigi, for your 5. And the watcher says 1.5 hours behind. Trooper Guarino makes me sick. He should be in jail for a cover-up of Sandra's murder and not on medical leave. Truly disgusting, man. Thank you for your super chat. He was in a really bad motor vehicle accident. And what you guys are telling me is that it was a hit and run. It was a hit and run. Do you think it was a hit? I don't know. But I have questions. EKG 1041 says, I'm paying attention to thumbnails, not titles on Cornhub. I mean, really? That's really fine. The watcher says also, why would I believe anything he or SCHMIDT say? Both can't be trusted. We can't know when anything was Googled, also fruit of the poisonous tree. Thank you. You can see that from all the way across the pond, can you? Thanks, watcher. Oh, my favorite mailman is back. I have a lot of mail delivery people that listen to me and a lot of nurses. You guys, I met you at the Wilbur. And there's like hospitals that watch, all the nurses watch on the computers at work. How many people are at work right now? If you're at work right now and you have one earbud in listening to me, just put a, I don't know, just write yes in the chat if you're at work right now. All of you, all 7,300 of you are probably at work right now. And TJ, hopefully TJ is at lunch. But yeah, the kids in high school watch me too. I found out. My daughter. Thank you, Tina. Well, look how many people are at work right now. I hope I make your day more productive and not less productive. Some people actually have said that you've turned your bosses on to me, so they watch too. So you're in good company. Tina's window. Does anyone know if he was with Ana during the purchase of the DC townhouse? He sounded removed from the process. He was not, because he's on house arrest. See, so he couldn't leave. But I think they did a FaceTime walkthrough. I do remember learning about that. There's another mail truck driver. A lot of 18-wheelers watch the show too. Truckers Against Tie Clips. He's my buddy. He's always driving somewhere crazy in the snow around Idaho. Idaho. What does Kathy call it? The Idaho region of the United States. So yeah, he wasn't, but he did meet William Fastow on the FaceTime walkthrough, I believe. Elf says, aren't there two types of meditation, premeditation and not premeditated? Two types of murder, premeditated and not premeditated. Yeah, I think there's like first degree and second degree, but in first degree, we read the elements of first degree. I'll read them again for those who might have forgotten. The judge read them to the jury on the first day with her initial instructions. There are 5 elements of murder in the first degree, and the Commonwealth must prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. They must prove, number 1, that Brian Walshe caused the death of Ana Walshe, and that Brian Walshe intended to cause the death of Ana Walshe, and that the murder was deliberate and premeditated. Number 4, that it was not self-defense. And number 5, that there are no mitigating circumstances. And it's the Commonwealth's burden to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. So the question is, if Brian Walsh's story, claim, defense is that I didn't kill her, I found her dead, does that shift the burden to the Commonwealth to prove that that's not how she died? It's a very difficult burden without a body, right? And Katie's just reminding us, justice for Ana and the 3 boys. Ashley says, I'm telling you the information about the trash bags and what was searched at the house without a search warrant would be enough to seal the deal. Former MSP employee here. I'm telling you the information about the trash bags and what was searched at the house without a search warrant would be enough to seal the deal. You mean enough to get a search warrant? Yeah, I mean, I thought so too. I mean, they found the Lowe's receipt, right? The trash bags that were in the basement that he kicked but didn't open. I think it would have been easy for them to get a warrant to search the phones and do it properly, but they just didn't. They just didn't. And they maybe they've been doing this for decades. As the people who live in Norfolk County and the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts have told me. Oh, Sheila, thanks for your Venmo. She says, thanks for giving me a reason to wake up. Always doing the Lord's work. Love you lots. Oh, Sheila, you're the sweetest. Deborah, thanks for your Venmo. She just says, love you, Cupcake. I love you more. Thanks, Deborah. People are sending me rabbit hole cases. I don't have any time for any rabbit holes right now. Hang on. You guys really are so collaborative, the way you share the information with me. On the daily. Jim says, here's a few pictures of the Peabody transfer station. Well, interesting. But not with the trash bags that they went through. They did a dumpster dive. Remember when they did a garbage pull on the Rich Schiffer case? Rich Schiffer was a man who owns Canton Fence Company. If you need a fence, go to Canton Fence. Oh yeah, they're on lunch till 2. I'll put the banner up. Rich Schiffer's a late 60s man. He was kind of bored. He's like, I'm gonna get these little tiny rubber ducks on Amazon, and I'm gonna put little stickers on the bottom and put them around the town. And some of them said, Colin did it. Some of them said, IYKYK. And he put these little tiny rubber ducks, they were like this big, around the town of Canton. And Chris Albert said that he felt threatened. And they did a trash pull at Rich Schiffer's house. And they had something like a 36-page police report. That's insane. Let me just put the lunch banner up. Hang on one second. Do, 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 do. They did that. They did that. Yeah, originally they said the trial was going to be 4 weeks, and now they're saying 2 to 3 weeks, but it seemed like they're also ahead of schedule. Nicole says the photo of her purse, boots, etc. got to me today. Yeah, me too. And Al said, so can the jury come back with second degree instead? It depends on whether or not they're going to allow lesser includeds. We're not going to know until they start talking about the verdict sheet, and that comes right before deliberations. That comes close to the end of trial. And so we'll see. Expert architect here says, my employees are going to flip knowing they measured up where they found Anna's stuff. But we did the reno to the trash transfer station in Peabody. It now does just wood reclamation. I sent pics. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, those are your pictures that you sent. Yeah, Dave Matthews' neighbor says, Rich Schiffer is a great man who started a movement with just a rubber ducky. Mitchell, you're selling stuff on eBay? That's true. Sue says 36 pages for Rich Schiffer. They subpoenaed his sticker order, etc. It was crazy the lengths they went to for this case, for the case to be dismissed. Right. Also, fun fact, makestickers.com is where he got those stickers. And remember, I remember this. I remember the owner's name was Adam, and he wouldn't give up any information without a subpoena. He was like, get a subpoena. I'm not giving you Rich Schiffer's order information. I'm just not doing it. We need cupcake stickers, yeah. Let's see, what should we watch? What should we watch? Hang on one second, what's this? What is this? When was this drafted? December 2nd. Tracy Cusick, I think that's the ADA's name. And it's funny because some of you guys said that she sounded like Joan Cusack. Let's take a look. Today's December 2nd. This was filed today. Thanks, Kathleen. Give me a minute to download this. It looks like a new supplemental memorandum of things that they want to bring in for William Fastow's text messages. What do you know about the trash bag? I don't know anything about the trash bag killer, you guys. Hang on. One. Breaking news, you know, we got to cover it when it breaks. That's what we got to do. 2, 3, 4. Thank you, Kathleen. So this time, when they start arguing about it, we'll know what they're talking about. All right. $13, $14, $15. Okay, let's look at the supplemental motion filed by the Commonwealth just this morning at around 9 a.m. Look at us with the breaking news. As always. Here we go. This is just filed this morning in this case, in the Brian Walsh case. Here you go. Is that big enough for you? Okay, here it is. Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh. This is specially assigned to Judge Freniere. This used to be assigned to Judge Cannone, for those of you who did not know. Commonwealth supplemental memorandum in support of admission of victim's state of mind as communicated to William Fastow, WF. I don't know why they're using initials since they've already outed him in court several times and he's on the witness list. And text messages exchanged with William Fastow from 12/29/22 to January 5th of 2023. Footnote 1, which reads, the last message Ana Walshe's phone sent to Fastow was the selfie of herself with her eldest son and Mutlu. It's the guy who was over their house on New Year's Eve. Fastow texted her phone on January 1, 2, 2, and 5, 2023. Okay. But no responses were sent from Ana's phone. That's a typo, I guess, but nobody proofreads anything in the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth relies upon and incorporates its arguments in the Commonwealth's motion in limine 13, and that is spelled wrong. It says motion in line. But whatever, no big whoop. To admit victims' out-of-court statements as evidence of her state of mind and the defendant's motive to kill her, and Commonwealth's motion in limine 14 to allow admission of text messages. Footnote 2, which reads, the test messages, yes, it says test messages between Ana Walshe and WF are addressed in the last paragraph of page 3. The defendant's December 1, 2025 opening statement told the jury that they would hear evidence of statements that Ana made to WF about her state of mind as to her relationship with the defendant. Footnote 3. The defense opening was difficult to hear from the Commonwealth's position in the courtroom. The Commonwealth has reviewed the opening on a public website. Okay, well, like YouTube. It was difficult to hear. Why didn't you just ask for the transcript? That's odd. Among other things, the defense opening told the jury that Ana told WF that she wanted people to see the Brian that she knew. Ana told WF she would never leave Brian, that WF was unaware of Ana having any plans to disclose the affair to the defendant, and that Ana, hold on, I gotta stop this and then put it up again, and then pick this up over here. It's all thing. StreamYard is not my friend. And then Ana said that she would be devastated if Brian learned of her relationship with WF. I listened to his opening again last night. It's only like 25 minutes long. The defense told the jury that Ana told her friend that she wished Brian would be more jealous. The defendant told the jury that they would hear that the only time Ana spoke of divorce with WF was in terms of preserving assets. The defendant told the jury that WF had resigned himself to Ana never leaving the father of her children. It would be misleading to allow the defense to present only portions of the victim's statements about her state of mind regarding her relationship with the defendant that the defense wishes the jury to hear. With respect to proving that the defendant was aware of the victim's state of mind, there need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he or she did learn of it. A defendant's awareness may be inferred from the defendant's statements to other witnesses and police, his actions in and around the time of the victim's death, and the victim's actions in around the time of her death. Citing a bunch of cases. Page 3. Evidence of a poor marital relationship between a defendant and a victim is admissible to show the defendant's motive to murder his spouse. The text messages Ana and WF exchanged show that Ana was in a serious romantic relationship with WF. They texted about love, being intimate, and planned to discuss their long and short-term goals when Ana returned to DC, and that Ana would celebrate the new year with WF on January 4th of 2023. Along with other evidence, the text messages show that the Walshe marriage was in great distress. There's ample evidence that the defendant saw and was aware of these text messages. In his recorded statement, the defendant said, "I think Ana took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet, but I think she sent one to WF." Mutlu will testify that Ana was using her phone throughout the New Year's Eve dinner, and that Mutlu received the selfie of himself with Ana and the eldest son from WF. The defendant told police that Ana's iMessenger came up on his phone and he had some access to her Instagram. He was researching WF's name on December 25th of 2022, looking at pornographic websites relating to cheating wife, and was researching divorce. He told police that Ana's messages sometimes appeared on his phone, and he called WF on January 4th, 2023, to ask if WF had information about Ana's whereabouts. The defendant was also researching disposing of a phone and a SIM card. Conclusion: The Commonwealth should be permitted to admit the text messages, footnote 4, which reads, the Commonwealth has blurred the faces and names of WF's family members from the text thread and provided the blurred copy to the defense. Well, Larry Tipton did say all those things in his opening, but maybe he had conversations with these witnesses, or maybe his investigator did, and maybe these are things that they're going to testify to, not necessarily that are from text messages. And so that's interesting to me. We'll see what happens. What say you? I don't know. I didn't notice that. Melissa says that Brian has a listening device. Why couldn't Karen? Does he have a listening device? I'm going to have to I spy that because I didn't notice that. Did anybody else notice that? Remember, Karen Reed asked for a listening device so that she would not have to go to sidebar every single time, and she was denied by Judge Cannone. If he does have a listening device, then it's clearly within the judge's discretion to order one, and Judge Cannone just didn't want Karen to have one. But I didn't notice that he did. But if anybody else did, let me know. Court's on a break. Yeah, the court's at lunch until 2. Hang on one second. I'll get rid of all of this stuff. And things. Bye-bye. Put the fan back up so people don't get confused. Does he have a listening device? I don't know. Has it been confirmed? It is currently 1:46 p.m. Patricia says, I'm a little behind, but my jaw is on the floor at these searches. Is it the first time you've ever heard about the searches? I could see that. Oh, you thought it was a hearing aid? So you did notice something? I'm going to have to take a look and see if that's true. Looks like there was another motion in limine. Thanks, Kyle. This one filed by the defendant. And this looks like it's in opposition to the motion we just read from the Commonwealth. Now we're on a trust me, bro, because I don't feel like pulling this up because there's too much futz in between windows. Now comes, okay, so it's defendant's second opposition to Commonwealth's motion in limine, number 13, to introduce alleged statements between Ana Walshe and William Fastow as evidence of her state of mind and or the defendant's motive to kill her. Now comes the defendant to respectfully request this honorable court prohibit the Commonwealth from introducing the following. This was also filed this morning. Number 1, Ana Walshe's alleged text messages between her and WF. A, motive evidence. The defendant objects to the admission of the copies of printed text messages between Ana Walshe and Fastow between December 29th and January 5th of 2023. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant saw or was aware of these text messages. There's no reasonable inference that he saw or read these text messages on Ana Walshe's phone outside of hopeful speculation by the Commonwealth. And that's why we heard the questioning this morning by Larry Tipton of Harrison SCHMIDT about iMessenger and Messenger and iMessage and whether he had any proof that any of that stuff went to Brian's phone. And he said no, right? There's no reasonable inference that he saw or read these text messages on Ana Walshe's phone outside of hopeful speculation by the Commonwealth. B, state of mind. The Commonwealth has not produced any legal precedent or factual explanation as to how these text messages are relevant and material to Ana Walshe's state of mind. None of these messages indicated Ana Walshe was planning to leave her marriage. WF indicates in the text exchange that he couldn't imagine bringing a new woman into his life as it would upset his oldest son, who wants his parents to reconcile. Ana Walshe informed WF that it would devastate her if the defendant found out about the affair. Lastly, WF comments how much Ana Walshe loves and admires the defendant. These messages are hearsay and not admissible. For the reasons stated above, the defendant requests this honorable court allow his motion to exclude these text messages requested by the Commonwealth. Because Brian Walsh wants the jury and the world to believe that he and Ana had a really great marriage and they were not going to get divorced. If they were going to get divorced, it was only to preserve the assets in the event that he went to Club Fed. Kay Willis is here and she gifted 5 memberships. You're awesome. Thank you, Kay. If anybody wants to sell south of Boston, Kay's your girl. Or if you want to try and get in there now for a good price, Kay's your girl. Kay, tell me, since you're here, since I know you're here right now because you just amazingly gifted 5 memberships, if you're selling a murder house like 34 Fairview, do you have to tell any potential buyers that it was a murder house? Every state is different on those laws, and now I need to know. Now I need to know. Like if you were trying to rent Chief Justice Cushing Highway house, would you have to tell any potential renters or owners that that too is considered to be a murder house? I need to know. What is the law in the state of Massachusetts, you guys? Only if they ask. Oh, really? Wow. Only if they ask. So unfortunately, the people I think that bought 34 Fairview did not know that it was a murder house. And so they've been quite surprised by people that are constantly going by their house, taking pictures, creeping up onto their porch. So that's a pro tip for anybody who's looking in Massachusetts. Always ask if it's a murder house. Always ask. In Florida, you have to disclose, says Melissa. And Kelly is saying, yeah, we all work with one earbud in. Tom Gully shows his note to self, ask about murders after open house, Lemon Squares. Yeah. Does anybody watch $1 Million Listing? That's like one of my like guilty pleasure shows. Love $1 Million Listing. I love like the one that takes place in New York City where they're going into all of the most beautiful townhouses and penthouses in New York City. And they always have these like really wild, like brokers opens where they have like a full-on sushi bar and a DJ and like all kinds of crazy stuff. Do they really do brokers opens like that in LA and in New York City? I need to know. I love it. That's my guilty pleasure show. But somebody did, die on the property. Like for 34 Fairview, we know that John O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn, right? Doesn't matter if there's a conviction. I mean, it was definitely like Matt from Court TV just walked into the courtroom, Scott McGinnis. I didn't see him prior to lunch here. Scott, you in the courtroom? Oh, Scott McGinnis, are you in the courtroom today? Yay. Is it crowded? That's the big courtroom with a lot of pews, right? And Kate says they do have amazing brokers opens. I agree. So he says, I get people wanting to drive by 34 Fairview and take a picture, maybe as you're driving. But stepping onto the property is crossing the social line of appropriateness, in my opinion. Well, that's because we have manners, right? Remember when the little Pink Panther went up there in her cape and then tweeted all of her pictures out? And there were cars in the driveway. Dude, like if you're going to jump up there, if you're going to creep up onto someone's breezeway and take pictures, maybe wait until there's no cars in the driveway. And then the new owners sent the ring footage out and it was published all over the place. So many empty seats in the courtroom, says Silly Rabbit Hole. That's crazy. All right, you guys talk amongst yourselves while I go fill up my iced coffee. All right. I will be right back. Just let anybody who comes in know, oops, that I'll be right back. I would never abandon you. We have 6 more minutes. I'm back. I'm back. Somebody asked for the lip color today. The lip color is Wonderskin. Wonderskin Romance. I linked the Wonderskin link from Sephora to the stream so you can find it. But this color is called Romance and it lasts all day. All day. It goes on purple, but it's really cool. You know, you know. Brian Walsh is arriving back in the courtroom, and this judge runs a tight ship because it's 2:04. Oh, Dave Matthews Band lover. 1924 is here. Always working. You help, Melanie. I try. I'm here to help. See all my Dave Matthews posters behind me? Are you going to Cancun for the January shows on the beach? It's the best. My eyelid is still kind of dry, to be honest. I've been putting Aquaphor on it. Otherwise, I got to go get some kind of cream, I think, from my doctor. Because it's annoying. I'm sorry to scare you. I didn't mean to scare you. She's an engineer. Everything will be on time, says Big Old Dog. Look at my hoodie that I put on. Remember these? The Free Karen Reed hoodie. These are the hoodies from my my merch shop, and they're the Bella and Canvas ones. These are the softest ones. Softest. They're so good. If you have one, tell everyone how much you love it. Castor oil is the best for skin problems. Oh, I don't think I have any castor oil in my house. Ooh, Larry Tipton, are you ready for your close-up? Are you ready for your close-up? I hope we get to cross today. I heard somebody say that this ADA is Ann Yaz. I'm not sure. So Ann Yaz is one of them. Tracy Cusick is the other. And I'm not sure who's doing the questioning right now. So, oh, you got the sunglasses. Aren't they awesome for $12? Oh, I have them right here. I was wearing these the other night on the show because my eyes were bugging the crap because I got this thing on my eyelid. One of my eyelids is just like totally dry. And I think it's because I'm allergic to something in my makeup or whatevs. But anyway, these were the sunglasses I had on the other night. And it was fantastic because it was the perfect prop to read that Cosgrove nonsense. And I put the link so everyone could go buy them for stocking stuffers because they're like in a million colors and they're like $12. And I love them. Ceramides. Okay. All right, Bay Harbor Beauty Skin. It only seems to happen on one eyelid. And it could be that I'm allergic to a product that I've been using. But I tend to use the same products over and over. So maybe it's because of IPSY. Because, you know, of course, I had to sign up for IPSY and now I get different products every month. And so that could be. But my skin is very sensitive. Aquaphor seems to heal everything. So I don't know. I'm a fan.
Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Start with the milk. I'm just going to stay here for now.
I can see the lawyers at the side of them.
She's seeing them at Sidebar. East Coast Candy says, did you come across the adoption papers yet for Mello? Nope, I've not been able to find that. Happy cupcake anniversary to us too, Carrie. 12 months, 1 year. I love you lots. I love you more. I love you more. Julie says there's a website you can access to find out if a person was unalived in a house. You just put in the address. That's very interesting, Jolie. Thanks for your super chat. Nicole says, I lived in the on the northwest side of Chicago. When I was little, my mom and I would just drive by Gacy's house. I thought we were just driving to rent movies. LOL. That's hilarious. My daughter and I also had to do a deep dive and find the American Horror Story house in LA. And of course we went there and took pictures. Of course we did. Because we love American Horror Story. And thank you for becoming a member, Bay Harbor Beauty Skin. I wonder if 34 Fairview is on that website, Megan. I don't know. Good question. Jolie said, how do video depositions work in a civil trial? I have heard that we would not be shown them during the Karen Reed civil if it goes back to state. But didn't we get to see depositions in the Maya Kowalski case? Yeah, that's also Florida. That is also Florida. So video depositions are just another way of recording the deposition. So they do a written transcript and they do a video transcript. Maya Kowalski's case was in Florida. I don't see a listening device right now. No, I don't see one either. Thank you for reminding me because I totally would have forgotten. And so I guess maybe if it was being used to impeach, they would show portions of it. Maybe if the witness was unavailable, they would show it in civil court. But yes, I do remember seeing some of them in the Maya Kowalski case. And I'm not sure if they were used, that was a long time ago, girl. I'm not sure if they were used for impeachment purposes or what the reason was. But typically they would not be released to the public or shown in court unless there was a reason. But who the hell knows with Massachusetts? It's the upside down, inside out Narnia of the United States of America when it comes to legal issues and procedures. Deputy Heard used video depositions in Virginia. Did they show them in court to impeach? That was before my time, Deputy Heard. I didn't even watch the trial. Was it because someone was unavailable? Because usually the best evidence rule usually applies. And if the person can come and testify, in person, that's always the best evidence. I don't know what the sidebar is about. It was for impeachment? Yeah.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Jurors entering. Brian has one in the left ear, says Sunshine. All right, well, let's see if he turns his head. We could see it better. Scott, if you're in the courtroom, can you see if there's anything in his left ear for us?
One in my head, one in my hands.
And Scott, if you're listening to me with your earbuds, do not take them off and make my voice go throughout the courtroom because that happened last time in the Zoom. It was really embarrassing.
Back to session.
It wasn't me.
And you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Guarino, I just want to finish with that. Can you just remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
Yes, Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Okay. And going then to page 600, record 2198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date and time for that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I went to the Wikipedia site that the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Overruled.
That Patrick Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you. Trooper, I want to ask you if you were able to...
Okay, one person is saying it's hard to hear this stream. Can you guys hear it okay? Volume sounds good to me.
I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Guarino, you made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was item number 7 that you gave in the lab, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad Mini 6?
So I used Gray Key, which is specialized hardware and software, to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the Gray Key?
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the Gray Key?
Yes, so we get the device, we plug it into the system. If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted or a copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be SCHMIDT or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. And where is the actual device now, that iPad Mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
Well, the device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And what software did you use?
I use SCHMIDT for this one, their
Okay.
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad Mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad Mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walsh, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad Mini that Brian Walsh gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then SCHMIDT Physical Analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
And after making a forensic copy of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walsh on January 7th?
Devices were returned to Brian Walsh.
Yeah, right away.
And
That was before the warrant, and that was right away. And Aiden Carney still doesn't have his phones back after 2 years. Karen Reed's phones have been in their custody for almost 2 years, and they haven't returned them, even though there's an order to return them. But they give a man who they believe dismembered his wife his phone's back, no problem, within 24 hours. Rich Schiffer, I know. Thank you so much. He's here. I tried to send you the OG ducks, but they kept coming back. I DM you if I love to get an address or PO box. My email is below in the show notes, fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. I don't have a PO box, but as soon as I get one, I will let you know. Thanks, Rich. Love you. Thanks for your 20.
Was that same device in the Walsh residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Gray Key, it creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
but the serial number is the same.
Yeah, serial number is the same. The Apple ID, the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th, after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad Mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, brw@tensaleconsulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
Were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Objection? Inside one.
Sure.
Yeah, objection. Yeah, objection. You were limited, but you downloaded the whole damn thing. But yeah, you want to get into that, go right ahead, because you did violate the terms of the consent agreement. And you, that's, they can't even speak. But this is what they try and do. They try and sneak stuff in that they shouldn't be allowed to talk about. And they know what they're doing. We just covered this a little bit ago, but then I think you came back and told me something again. Hold on. Julie says, FYI, just Google, find out if anyone has unalived in a house. It also will tell you if the house has ever been documented as haunted. Hopefully nothing comes up for everyone. LOL. Not a house defendant said, I went to get my nails done, saw the cat eye polish, and skipped it because of you. Yeah, I thought maybe people said it. Maybe I am allergic to the cat eye nail polish because my kids found that on TikTok. I don't know. I haven't been able to confirm the source of the allergy yet. No Fourth Amendment in Massachusetts. Says big old dog. Miss Tricia says, Guarino not looking quite as cocky as he did during the Karen Reed trial. Sidebar number 3 for today, says Zoe, our resident statistician. Yes, Scott, this is a key point. I've been hammering this for as long as since the motion's been made. And that was, I think that was over the summer. Because I seem to remember doing a stream on this issue from New Hampshire, where I was at the time on a lake, and it was awesome. Queen Bee Dub says, watch his left hand when the sidebar's over. Another difference between Brian Walsh and Karen Reed is that Brian Walsh is in custody. He's been in custody. He's been in the Norfolk County Pokey ever since his arrest in 2023. And so it may be easier for him to get a listening device than it is to walk up to the bench. And they may not want him up there, because maybe they think he's dangerous. And so I'm not sure if that is why Karen Reed couldn't have a listening device, or if Judge Cannone was just being mean. I don't know. Yes, thank God she wasn't in custody. No, Deneen, I have not heard anything else about Karen Reed's cell phones being extracted to try and get her on witness intimidation, because I don't think the judge has ever ruled on that motion. Krupp heard that motion, I don't know, at least 60 days ago, and he took it under advisement, and we never, ever heard anything back. But it sounded like he was going to allow it. I don't remember ever seeing a decision on it. Ronnie said, my vote is mean. Yep, Cannone refused her listening device. But I wonder if it's because she was not in custody. I just don't know. I'm sure that she had the authority to do it, but she just didn't want to do it. The children are in state custody, Nancy. And I don't know if they're all together. There are 3. NS says Turk was also in custody and was able to go to sidebar. Yes. Did he go to sidebar? He did. Right. We watched that trial together. Scott is in the courtroom and he says Judge Freniere is very personable and upfront at these sidebars with both sides. I just can't hear the convos. Scott, does he have ankle chains on? Just Janet wants to know. Well, she says, I think the 3 little ones should be together with Anna's family. Well, her mother lives in Serbia, so they're not going to send the kids to Serbia, and her sister lives in Canada. So, I mean, either of those options would take the children out of the country. I don't think that's possible. Very sad. Everything's fine over here, says Brian's too dumb to know he should go up there. Well, I mean, come on. He made those Google searches, allegedly. Karen says, I think he should hear what goes on at the sidebars. Yeah, that's why he has a listening device in his left ear. I don't think he has leg chains on because I think it's too prejudicial. And so I think they remove him, right? They remove him when they let him walk into the courtroom without him, I think. Is any of Anna's family or friends here for the trial, I wonder? I don't know who No Pad Woman is. I have no idea. I don't know if she's an attorney that works. Some people were talking before that she looks like one of the McCabe's. She's not a McCabe. I can pretty much guarantee she's not. But I don't know who she is. No intel on that at all, Mitchell. They remove him when he sits down. You guys are sitting in the courtroom. He walks in with the leg shackles, and then they remove him when he sits down. You're talking about the handcuffs or the legs? Dizzy says he also said no, Anna's family is not in the courtroom. I don't think she's the courtroom sketch artist because it looks like I don't think they have a sketch artist, number one, and it looks like she's got a legal pad on her lap. One of the most interesting conversations I ever had was with Jane Rosenberg, the courtroom sketch artist at the Rex Sherman, one of Rex Sherman's hearings. He's the suspected Long Island serial killer here on Long Island. And Jane Rosenberg is a very famous sketch artist. She's sketched just about every famous defendant that you could think of. She's probably in her 70s. Just Google her. She does amazing work. And it was fascinating talking to her while I was waiting to get inside the courtroom. She had her giant portfolio with her. That's how I knew who she was. I don't know. I don't want to guess. Maybe she's an appellate. I don't know. Maybe she's an intern. Maybe she's no idea. Oh, I was wondering what that was. Carving is how you find deleted stuff. Thanks for noticing, he said. Carving, as it applies to cell forensics or computer forensics. Thank you. He's talking about parsing and carving earlier. Guarino was. And they put that beeping sound on when they don't want us to hear what's happening.
Trooper, the warrant that you wrote, that you sought, you limited the dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you followed those dates when you were doing your search?
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad mini, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you did it for both initially for when Mr. Walsh had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number 8. Previously as exhibit number 8.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections? Okay. That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay. So I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for item 7, the
Thank you. And my
iPad mini 6.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper, I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format.
All right,
On
come on, come and look
January
at your
7th.
come and look at your screen for a second. He looks like a little tiny child sitting at a little tiny high chair reading a really, really, really big book. Like something out of a cartoon.
Report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walsh gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2?
Yes, let me just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different besides one was given to police and one was based on a search warrant?
Yeah, so Cellbrite and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Cellbrite that I used. This is just a newer version, so it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
if you could just use your words.
Yes.
Oh, she's talking
yeah,
to him
so
like a
each
toddler.
report has
I mean, that totally makes sense now. Just use your words like he's a toddler, and he looks like a toddler in a high chair with a giant book. And also, he's talking about the newer version of Cellbrite. Oh, does the newer version of Cellbrite not have timestamps on it? That's interesting too.
older version didn't have. So it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
use your, if you could just use your words.
Yes. Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same, the web history is the same?
Yes, nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari Web. It's just called a little different in Axiom, just how they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from.
Oh, so you were wrong. So you were wrong. They searched the iPad. He thought the searches came from there. He just admitted he was wrong. Did anybody pick it up? Because you know Larry's going to pick it up. Take that back. Oh, so you're not as good as you make us think you are with your certificates from Celebrite for your 40-hour classes that maybe you cheated on and didn't really watch the whole 40 hours, but got your certificate in the mail anyway? Trooperino? Justice for Sandra Birchmore, mofo.
Searches originated from, meaning the Mac. Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
Okay. And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same on both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
It must have.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize. Apple makes their products, so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information, so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 70.
If you look at your big binder, little man.
Record 2365 on page 650.
Look at your big binder and tell us some more lies, Mr. Trooper Guarino. I think it's kind of like maybe we thought it came from the iPad, but like maybe it just like didn't, because maybe it was like synced to a different device. So
Thank you.
Initially, maybe I thought
It says
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor. It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up, Ms. Gilman. Yeah, 2364, I should have said. In that URL, it says channel equals iPad _ BM and source.
BM is right, girl.
What does that mean?
So it's reading that channel is iPad _ BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites.
Yeah,
so
or something else.
it's that the Google search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes are this way, but it's that the
Full stop. You're not an expert. You're not an expert. Matthew Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby. And maybe because of you, state charges were never brought. Or, you know, some of the other people that were involved that wanted to cover up for a fellow cop. You're not 100% sure? You should be embarrassed. But you're an expert. You're their expert on cell phone forensics when they want to hide shit. Is that it? Okay. Picking up what you're laying down, and so is everyone else in the world that's watching this trial. And the Commonwealth of Massachusetts still has not brought state murder charges against Matthew Farwell for killing Sandra Birchmore and her unborn child. Maybe it's worth pointing out to people who don't know that Matthew Farwell was a Stoughton police officer who was quickly cleared by Lieutenant John Fanning, who's also going to be testifying in this case, in a parking lot, because they had a conversation in a car in a parking lot. And yeah, Fanning was a Stoughton cop too. Are you outraged yet? I'm not exactly sure about Apple because, you know,
iPad.
All my credentials are from Celebrate 40-hour courses on the computer. Listen to that again.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes are this way, but it's that the iPad and the MacBook are synced. So the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
And what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android. You'll know this if you have an Apple phone, you get the blue messages. And if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
Even I know
So
that.
what was the process
I'm
that
an
you
expert.
followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into Gray Key, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into SCHMIDT to analyze it.
Same process.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one Gray Key machine, so we have to do.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information.
All right. Sometimes it does that. It just like skips. So I have to take it back a little bit because we were a little bit behind. Look at him with that big book in front of himself. Like a little boy. Use your big words. How far behind were we? We weren't very far behind, right?
How they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same in both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize.
We went
Apple
back
makes
a
their
little too far.
products so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It was only a
Okay.
few seconds.
So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, page 6,
He's really sucking on the stand, by the way, just in case you were wondering.
says, thank you. It says,
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor. It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up. Yeah, 2364, I should have said. In that URL, it says channel equals iPad underscore BM and source.
All right, the BM, right? And then you had no idea. Okay.
Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
The iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant.
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Text message.
There's a little bit
You have an Apple
faster.
phone. The text box is green.
Yeah, I know that. And I'm not an expert.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into GrayKey, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into SCHMIDT to analyze it.
Same process.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one GrayKey machine, so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Celebrate?
Yes, that's what I use, SCHMIDT Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 Mini previously?
iPhone, the same way. It's through GrayKey, downloaded it, and SCHMIDT Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry.
Okay.
2023.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975-12.
And were you able to determine a phone number for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
And what is the Apple ID for that phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh at Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh at gmail.com.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad.
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone Mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
And how did you prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone, from SCHMIDT Physical Analyzer to PDF.
Marked as Exhibit 81.
Any new objections?
No,
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping track of these?
Oh, the item number on this one is five.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The extraction for item 5, the iPhone 13 mini, is now in evidence. It's Exhibit 81.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Thank you. If you could just do the top columns. Thank you. Trooper, what is event type?
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone. So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, like how it was plugged in or anything, it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more. Keep going to AC charger. Thank you. What is AC charger?
So line 5 shows the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger.
What is that?
Like when you plug in at home to your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you. What is USB port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port to charge the phone.
What is source?
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see knowledge C and biome.
Yes, it's two different locations, how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone.
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023 at 7:57 a.m.? And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5 in the parentheses.
Thank you. So 7:57 a.m. So that's device number 2?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. 1 just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09:12 a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
This is all to prove that he lied when he said he lost his phone. Remember, he said he lost his phone?
The device is 12:38:40. It's unlocked again on the 1st.
And then what happens?
And then it's locked again at 12:39:20 on the 1st.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes, 12:45:20
And then what happens?
and locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the 1st at 1:42:02 p.m. and then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I believe there was 7 bags of rug, some metal tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like the...
Girl, you can't just switch topics on us like that. Going from the unlock to the lock of the phone to talking about tissue and rug and stuff. Hold on. Evidence. Switching topics, we're pivoting. She didn't give us any warning, so we're going to have to go back to the beginning of her question. Time to pay attention again. I see a lot of people in the chat getting bored, but this is very important stuff. Stephen, I don't want to call you out, but please do not use all caps in the chat because it distracts me. Okay? We're all having a hard enough time paying attention anyway. Metal and tissue, right? What is metal tissue?
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
Generally?
I believe there was
exactly?
7 bags of rug, some metal tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like the, not as big as a lawn leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023.
And where did you take those?
To the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
Oh, you mean there's
And
intake
did you
paperwork?
submit those?
Oh, you mean there's like a chain of custody log? You mean like there's intake paperwork when you go from the medical examiner's office to drop off evidence at the crime? Wait a minute. Do you mean that you took evidence from the medical examiner's office and you took it directly to the crime lab and you filled out paperwork? Is that kind of like what Proctor and Bukhenik should have done when they took John O'Keefe's clothing evidence from the hospital? And they should have driven it maybe directly to the crime lab and signed some paperwork to sign it in instead of leaving it in the backseat of a car for I don't know how long. Wow. They do know how to do it. But they just didn't for the murder of a Boston police officer. Let that sink in. And if you don't think Karen Reed is going to win her civil case and they're not going to be able to write a check big enough for violating her civil rights, I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn.
And where did you take those?
To the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
And did you submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me their a copy of the intake form.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
They have an intake form. Somebody said, stay on track, Mel. This is the Walsh case. No, this is important because it's the way they handled an investigation
down.
differently. That was 1 year later. Here's Cross, everybody. Buckle up, buttercups.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I'm going to stay here for a while so we get a good recording. I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that you referred to. You applied for a warrant from 12/25 to January 8th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And when I said 12/25, of course, I meant 12/25/22, correct?
Yes, yeah, 2022.
And when you draft a warrant, you are the one that picks the dates, correct?
Depending on the investigation, it can be yes.
Okay. And you were asked that question, that you applied for the warrant and those were the dates that you requested.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that once you began an investigation in a case, and if you learn more information, there's nothing stopping you from going back to a court and applying for a further warrant, correct?
It would depend because the courts have shown that we need to have a specific time frame, so I would need some information to show why I would need to go back to write for an earlier time.
Okay, well, but if you have that further information, nothing stops you from going back to the court and asking for a different warrant that encompasses different time periods.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, now, one of the things is that you don't have any information to tell this jury about of any of the data on the MacBook that originated before December 25th of 2022.
Confused by your question, so sorry. Yeah.
Larry, you said you weren't going to move and then you moved.
The data that you're telling this jury about today, you've said it a couple of times now, it's limited to 12, 25, 22 through January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the data you're talking to them about, correct?
Yes, I only viewed that information.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you have the entire contents of the MacBook, don't you?
I do have the contents.
And how far in date does the content go back on the MacBook?
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Because you limited your warrant to 12, 25, 22.
That's correct.
So if you thought as an officer involved in an investigation that there might be some important information that predates 12, 25, 22, you have every right, and there's a procedure for you to go back to the court and explain to the court why you think there might be more information back before 12/25 and see if you could get a warrant to cover that earlier information.
If I had information showing that there was more, then I could, yes.
Oh, and you never did.
I don't believe I had any other information showing that I needed to.
And you didn't have any information that you thought it would be important to your investigation to go back before December 25th, did you?
For my role, that's correct.
Okay. So when we heard about, for instance, this Pornhub search that occurred on 12/27, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other Pornhub reviews, like Chatterbait, correct?
That's correct.
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
About what?
Miss Bell?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, Miss B.
I still don't remember, but okay.
Okay. Do you remember seeing record 831? Do you have, I apologize.
I don't have that book up here to see it.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you remember seeing also a reference in the very same data that you've told this jury about that talked about a movie called, or something called Slade Dominant Scarlet?
I would have to see it, but could I double check it?
Please do. Sounds like a corn search. Slade Dominant Scarlet. Was that the one that said, do you want a live chat
Well,
with her?
pedestal doesn't work quite right.
I have my copy. If you want to just tell me the page, I can look. If that's
You know, I do apologize. I'm going to give you the page in just a second.
okay.
I don't know
What,
why.
8:32?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
What was it? I'm sorry.
8:32.
He's using Guarino to show that what the other troopers did was improper, that they should have gone back and got a warrant, and that they could have gone back and got a warrant, and they didn't. And he's using Guarino to prove it. See what's happening here?
Oh, record 832, I'm
Record
sorry. I thought you said
832.
832.
It's on page 227.
Thank you.
Because Guarino did not do the initial extractions of the cell phones that were turned over on consent.
All right, I'm there.
That was Connor
And,
Keefe
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Sure.
and Fanning. Mhm.
So now I want to focus your attention to record 831
Yes.
on page 226. Do you have that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And it references something called Slade Dominant Scarlet Straps Cecilia. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't testify about that to the jury today on direct examination.
No, I wasn't asked.
Wasn't asked.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that when you look at these searches involving Pornhub, that in fact, there's a number of, and I keep referring to them as searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what I'm going to characterize as pornography, correct?
It's about 10.
Right. And am I right to say that that cheating wife reference, what's the entire title of the cheating wife reference?
Cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X, Pornhub.com.
Do you have any idea how that particular porn movie, whatever it is, do you know how it came about?
The
I love
only
how-
thing I say is that Pornhub was viewed and that video was selected.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is there?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
Okay, so your answer is I agree with you, or yes.
That there's no specific terms listed? That is correct. The video was there. Clicked on it.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user, that it's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
Only in the Google search engine.
Okay. And with regards to this movie Cheating Wife, there is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used to get to that movie.
As I said, I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And let me ask you this, in part of your investigation, did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you did testify that there were times, like for other searches, you went and followed the document and the links, and you reviewed the document.
That's correct.
But with regards to this movie, you have no idea what this movie is about, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know then, prior to December 25th of 2022, how many times, whoever was looking at the macro, how many times they frequented porn movies at Pornhub, do you?
I didn't look at any data prior to December 25th.
And you don't know how long this person that was looking at this movie, how long they viewed the movie, or if they viewed it at all.
I do. It shows me a time frame of 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. And how long is the movie?
I have no idea.
So someone started watching that movie, they watched it for 7 minutes, and that was the end of it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And then I went to that Slade Dominant Scarlet video.
Okay, and that Slay Scarlet, do you recognize the fact that there is some actress referred to with regards to the cheating wife thing that's also named Scarlet?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea as you sit here today whether the person who is looking at this porn hub video. If they're trying to get access to movies that have perhaps their favorite actress or anything else of the sort, do you?
I don't know who this person is, so I have no idea.
So your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Not a very good investigation, is it? Freeze game on point. Don't you think he should have watched it?
And quite frankly, Trooper, isn't it fair to say that when you open up some website like Pornhub, it comes open and it has all of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know. I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure it has options.
Okay. Okay.
So you have no...
Now you're just a jerk. Nobody asked you if you're a peruser of Pornhub, sir, but you're holding yourself out to be a cell phone forensic expert and a computer forensic expert. And in doing your due diligence about these searches that you're coming up here to testify about, shouldn't you have looked? No one is calling you a Pornhub addict. And you know what's very funny about the closed captions is even the closed captions, when they go to type out Pornhub, it says P and then like 5 asterisks after it. So even they know YouTube doesn't like it. He wasn't trying to call you a perv or anything. He's trying to find out if you're a good detective or a good analyst or a good cell phone expert or computer forensic expert. And you have just shown the world that you are not. Let's hear that again.
Pornhub, when you open up some website like Pornhub, it comes open and it has all of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know. I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure it has options.
Okay. So you have no idea what options were presented to the person that opened up this page, do you?
No, I don't.
But yet, it was important enough to include it in the data that you put into that binder?
With the information that we knew, yes.
Okay. And that information, let's just cut to the chase here, is because of the word cheating wife.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so just the fact that there was a phrase involving cheating wife, that to you was something that, okay, let's just include that in all this data and throw it out, correct?
No.
Okay. So you didn't take the time to look to see what the movie was about. I understand that, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't take the time to see if the actor in the other movie, Slay, Dominant, whatever, was the same actress in the other movie, right?
That's correct.
So you really just said, oh, I see the phrase cheating wife, and so I think that's important, so I'll include it in my data.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's a time.
I'll see you at the sidebar, side of the bench.
Do you see why this is a masterclass in cross-examination? Because it doesn't matter what Guarino's answer is. Larry Tipton has never had the opportunity to take a deposition of Guarino. They don't do criminal depositions in Massachusetts. He's never had an opportunity to prep him or speak to him. And so that is why this is a masterclass in cross-examination, because it didn't matter what the answer was. Because all that matters is that he saw cheating wife on there, and that's why he had included it, even though he has no idea what the movie's about. Didn't even look at it, allegedly. Doesn't understand that pop-ups come up when you go there, or categories are suggested.
My apologies, because I'm afraid that my question is misleading. Go back.
He apologized.
This binder that has been marked as an exhibit contains the entire contents of what you found on the MacBook between the dates of 12/25/22 and January 8th of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when I suggested in my question that you, sir, selected certain things, that is completely wrong, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I should have used this word. You would agree that you were focused on, by the question, you were focused on the title of cheating one, correct?
Yes, I was asked that in direct.
Okay. Oh. But you were never focused on direct examination as to the other porn movie, the Slay Dominant or whatever the title is, right?
That's correct.
And since you decided not to go back prior to December 25th of 2022, you really can't tell this jury how many times and how many different movies were viewed on this MacBook porn.
It's not entirely true.
Because of the 12 visits?
That's correct. So I could look at visits and it could tell me Pornhub was visited. I'm just trying to look here to see how many times. And then it would also tell me, the video would also tell me how many visits. But I'm not sure if that's the entirety of the Spire history or just what I've collected.
Right. You're not sure if it's the entirety of what? Finish that sentence.
The web history that's in the device, yes.
So you just don't know.
That's correct. I didn't go back.
And
Guarino doesn't care if you have misophonia, by the way, as he swallows into his mic for like the 10th time today. And his face is suddenly bright red, in case you missed it. Rock lobster.
can I just have a second, Judge?
Sure.
Told you Larry Tipton was good. You guys who didn't watch the Penny McGee case missed a show, boy.
So I want to ask you now some questions about what you testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yes, well, it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Okay. And well, you told us about Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about how it could be locked or unlocked using either a password or face recognition.
Yes, that's correct.
And how long did it stay unlocked and then locked in the time period that you looked at?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
Again, I'd have to look at the Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see what the phone was doing. I didn't do a full invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see. So Trooper Keefe can tell us about that.
I think so.
All right. It's fair to say that using SCHMIDT, this software you told us about, you can create reports that include certain information and exclude other information.
Yes,
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the SCHMIDT software that are restricted by date, correct?
that's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages or web history, because there's different places to search these terms or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using SCHMIDT, and then whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for, and then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
And did you do a term search on the MacBook for instance, divorce?
No. For the MacBooks, I didn't do any term searches. I just did by timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all the things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 of 2022. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to, the references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred on 12/27.
That's correct from what I have.
And what was the time period for where all those searches you told us about referencing divorce? What was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken. I would have to look.
What was the time period that was encompassed that covered the entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. I would have to look to see.
And what time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination, what time did they occur?
Again, I'd have to look at the notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27?
I believe that's the when they all happened, yes.
And one of the searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states.
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 best states.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that were referred to those searches?
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
And you would agree that if someone were to be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Could that?
Yes.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, Trooper, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walsh and Ana Walshe were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walsh?
Again,
Is that
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
What are the phones that you?
Do you notice a demeanor shift in Guarino? He's not as confident as he was before. He's looking real flustered. His face is getting red. I see a lot of questions in the chat about whether anything he did in the Birchmore case or Carey case can be brought in. And the answer to that is if he has ever testified under oath in a proceeding, any place that you have testified under oath in any case is sworn testimony and it can be used for impeachment. And so I don't know if he ever testified in Sandra Birchmore. I don't know if he testified in front of a federal grand jury, but we know that he testified in Karen Reed's case twice. And so anything he's testified to can be brought in to impeach him. And there's your answer. There we go.
Examined that were associated to Brian. What are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walsh?
As I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So would Trooper Keefe know more about that?
Yes, he did most of the mapping. Yes, that's true.
So I guess my next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walsh and Ana Walshe encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Ana Walshe and Brian.
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches. Did you see any documents that specifically referenced what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today, do you recall reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
That's a bad answer. You didn't prep for trial, dude? Bad answer.
Those searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase. You recall those questions?
The Chase Bank?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data you based your direct testimony on, you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
Again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard. It could list out, but again, I'd have to see exactly what you're describing.
Trooper, I guess the reason I'm asking, let me ask you this way. Okay. You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're charged with looking at data like this, and you use specialized forensic tools to look at the data, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is, correct?
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
But were you asked a simple question? Can you tell us what the person actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah.
The question is, did the Commonwealth ever ask you to explain it? And the answer is yes or no. And of course they didn't.
No, I don't understand
Funny?
your question then.
Well, have you sat
Something funny, Trooper Guarino? Something funny?
down with the Commonwealth?
No, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have you sat down with the Commonwealth in the context of this specific case and those Chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
He's dismantling their motive arguments one by one. You picking up what he's laying down here?
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Guarino, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other results.
That's correct.
And when you would agree with me then that when search results appear, they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected to some other website or something, that's not at that's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click on the web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever is going on that directs the user to some other website.
Again, but it's going to be similar terms to what that were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to, something about space.
Oh. Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software, the browser, then generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data and the map.
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Guarino, when someone is doing a search for something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change. So if I did it now, the results would be nothing like they were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, and that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let me ask it again. that if someone
I
was
would-
to enter specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
Again, I would have to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
And so it's fair to say that when someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information that might be more helpful to what you're asking about.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder to get more specific information that you might be looking for.
I can't say.
So you didn't try that out in your context of your investigation in this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no recollection of it.
You weren't prepped for trial? That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed.
But you
prep
would agree
yourself?
with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
Again, I can't say for certain.
You really suck at your job, forensics expert.
So you would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that we extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m. on January 1st, 2023?
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see,
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
but we've already been through this, so
Yeah.
let me ask you again. If you wanted to see if there was searches conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st of 2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause then to go back to the court and say, I have reason to believe that someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
Overruled.
In fact, in all of your examination of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 to January 8th, you saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of a body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean up.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
That's how stupid they are. Because if they wanted to prove premeditation, they would have gone back. And they didn't. And he's saying, we had probable cause, we just didn't do it.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular process, that if you had what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause to think someone had tried to plan a murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that map.
Objection.
Sustained.
How far do I need to rewind? I'm not gonna, you guys can rewind. I can't rewind right now.
In your review of the MacBook digital data, did you see anything indicating a search for a man named William Festa?
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Did you see anything regarding a search for a man named William Fastow? It was hard for me to even hear with my earbuds in. And he doesn't really remember now? I think so. Cindy, I don't know what your expertise is, but you seem to be putting a lot of comments in the chat about if you're a lawyer, let me know. If you're a computer expert, let me know. Listen.
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, this is the man that Ana Walshe had an affair with. Did nobody prep him for trial, really? Like, that's an important question. Did Brian Walsh Google William Fastow? And he doesn't even know the answer to that. Wow. Guarino's another step closer to unemployment, says Jody. Let's get it again.
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have no recollection as you sit here today that you had a discussion with the Commonwealth about searches specific to William Festa?
No, that's correct.
By the way, I understand that these exhibits, these bindings, sometimes they're referred to as reports, but it's a report generated by Celebrate, correct?
That's correct. Or Axiom.
Or Axiom.
Yeah.
And regarding a report, you never wrote any report summarizing what it was that you found on the map.
That's correct. I take it directly from the software. That way I don't make any mistakes from transcribing it from one to another.
And is it fair to say that this binder that you have there on this shelf, it's 1,034 pages long?
I believe so.
And it contains many, many entries referred to as records, correct?
Yes.
How many records?
I can tell you in a second.
Mm-hmm.
$3,677.
Out of those 3,677 records created in this Celebrate report, can you tell the jury how many of those records are relevant to your investigation specific to this?
The exact number of the records? No, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
No.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that it's a very relatively small amount of those records those over 3,000 records that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case?
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
I don't know. I don't have a specific number.
Wow. Just wow. 3,677 records were created in SCHMIDT, and he doesn't even know how many of them were relevant to this case. He doesn't know. He didn't count. He doesn't care. It's not important. It's not important. I don't know. Sounds like when Lally was on the stand. I don't know. Listen to this again. Not important. He didn't render a report. He didn't issue a report because he wants it to be accurate. So he only prints up the SCHMIDT extraction. It's okay. Thank you, honey. And it's not important. A good portion, maybe. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But he's their expert. Tipton is amazing. He didn't draft a report. Pregnant pause on point.
I got it.
Counsel, stay at the side of the bench.
Maybe she's going to let the jury go. She usually only goes till 4. It's 3:45. I don't know. Let's see. She wants to see them at the side of the bench. I think we're a little bit behind, so we can scooch a little bit forward.
Of course, use the law. Step 3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today, so and the day is getting. I understand somebody needs an unscheduled break, and the day is getting long. Step 3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today, so they can, of course, use the facilities, but I'm also going to send you on your way for the day, and we'll be back ready to work. Weather. I know you guys aren't watching. You're not listening to the news media, so the weather nothing better, as someone would say. Safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Continue to be vigilant about not listening to any news media, any social media. Talk to anyone, don't do any research.
Good. That means we get to see Guarino tomorrow for more cross.
Ready to come home tonight. Appreciate your work. We'll see you back. We're ready to work in the morning.
Let's see if she's going to rule on the motion we just read earlier.
Close your notebooks.
Consumption. Please be seated. To shut off their water consumption at about 1:45 to make sure we make it through the 2-hour afternoon. I'm joking. List. Does anyone need to raise anything with me this afternoon before we suspend?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So Commonwealth, tell me who's on the agenda for tomorrow. We'll finish up with this Trooper, and where are we going from there?
So we will have keepers of the records from Uber, Lyft, and JetBlue. We would have Sergeant Reardon from Cohasset PD, who is a K-9 officer. William Foley from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Michael Kenyon from Swampscott PD. Maybe A.B. Waterman from the Massachusetts State Police. And then I'm trying to determine if we're going to have, based on witnesses' availability, is it going to be Connor Keefe, Davis Gould, and Heather Sullivan? I've been calling her Sutherland for about 2 months now. I apologize. So my hope is that in the next 20 minutes, I'll be able to email counsel and let them know what that lineup will be.
All right.
But I think that would take us easily over a day to accomplish Sullivan, Gould, and Keefe. The others, I think, are very quick and we can get through pretty
All right.
easily.
So it is actually more important that you're talking to each other than you're telling me what's going on. And I appreciate your continuing efforts to do that and to,
We can look the clerk too.
oh, I know. She just saved me from some of the messages. Anyway, it's more important that you're talking to each other,
Yes, Your Honor.
keeping me informed as I need to be. Anyway, everybody all set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good night, everyone.
All rise.
Good night, Queen Susan Lucci. Everything on point today, including your rulings. We heard a lot of overruled. I think there was only one objection to sustained. I think Zoe might have been keeping track. And Zoe is our resident statistician, and that is a beautiful fan. The molding is beautiful. The coffered ceilings, all of it. What a different trial Karen Reed would have had if she had this judge, right? Am I right? Am I right? Of course I'm right. .302 girl, thanks for your 20. Says. Okay, thank you. I mean, thanks for your 20, but whatever people are saying about me on Twitter is stuff that I don't care about or need to be involved in. And I don't know, I guess thank you for your compliment. I appreciate you. Gigi says, I hope Tipton asks him what PDF stands for. And D. Broach says, just wondering, do they all go to the same barber with their black colored spray painted hair? Same in the Karen Reed trial. Well, actually, most of the troopers in the Karen Reed trial were bald. They were all bald and had shiny bald heads, if you recall. Nobody really had hair in that trial. Thanks for your 5. Julie said, is Guarino going to testify in Farwell's federal case? If so, they're going to destroy him on the stand. And I guess we'll see when we get to that far. I don't know that trial. I don't know when that trial's happening. And I guess we will see if they're, if and when we get to see a witness list, if he doesn't just plea because the death penalty is a possibility in that case. And many defendants take pleas to get the death penalty off the table. So we will see. Thanks, Jules, for your 10. Leslie said he is starting doing the lally sigh. I noticed that too. Thanks for your super chat. We have a sigh emoji for that. KLM says, I know you had a long day, but is there any chance that you can read the new Commonwealth versus King filing today? I've been here for 7 hours and 1 minute. I'll take a look and see how long it is. But let me just thank some more people. And for those of you who are like wondering why you were timed out, perhaps you don't know that YouTube has AI programs that scan the chat, and that many creators recently, some of whom have had their streams actually taken down because of reports and because of maybe what was in the chat. And promoting taking of one's own life by using those words that Guarino used on the stand are a no-no on YouTube. And I did see several warnings go by with the mods. And so there is nothing more frustrating than sitting here for 7 hours to have a stream taken down or demonetized. And that is why the mods are on it and they keep it tight. And it just has to be that way. Thank you, Betsy. Says that she had a snow day and she spent it with me and all of you. And you're the greatest. And thanks, Terry, for your Venmo, who says, I love your show. Your commentary is dead on. And thank you, Sheila, who says, thanks for always giving me a reason to wake up. And I saw that. I thought, Sherilyn, thank you very much for your Cash App. Says, thanks for being such a great you. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I think somebody sent me that King motion, but let me just take a look. Hang on a second. Oh, the House defendants, in case you haven't seen this, because I know that 80% of you do not wait on the cesspool of Twitter. So thank you to Kyle for sending this to me. The House defendants have launched a new billboard near Gillette Stadium. Oh, yes, they did. Okay, do you want to see it? Oh, yeah, do you want to see it? Yeah. Here's the tweet that goes along with it. Let me pull up the picture of the billboard. Hang on. I mean, isn't it a little late for this? Like, if you were going to come out and proclaim your innocence, why didn't you do it like during the trials of Karen Reed? Like, why did you wait so long to do this? I'm just, I'm just curious. But thank you to Kyle for sending this to me. Hang on. I don't know where the first part of it is, but there's a first part to this, which says, in just 10 days, you helped us reach $70,000. We could never fully express what that means to us or how deeply it has touched us. We aren't here to ask or expect anything from anyone today. We simply hope that as you consider the causes close to your heart this Giving Tuesday, you might think of our families as well. This is the McCabe's, the Alberts, and Higgins. Your continued support, no matter the form, means more than we can ever put into words. And then it says, recently, we've launched a new billboard near Gillette Stadium, a visible reminder to the public that we are still here, still standing, and still committed to telling the truth. Thank you, truly, for standing with us. And here, I guess this is a picture of the billboard. It says, Giving Tuesday. And then the billboard, is this the actual billboard? Has anybody been by Gillette to see this? Testified, join John O'Keefe's witnesses, defendingthetruth.org, and it's got a QR code on the billboard if this is the actual billboard. So on Giving Tuesday, they want you to give to them. G-Money says, Melanie, are you wearing an Oakmont Country Club hat? No, this is a U.S. Open hat from, what does it say? 122nd U.S. Open at the Country Club. The Country Club. Yeah, they all of this money is going to their defense, but how much money did they spend on the billboard? Does anybody know how long it takes? I mean, how much it costs to put up that billboard? Didn't that billboard used to be something else. I don't remember if it was a Free Karen Reed billboard or if it was a billboard that somebody funded. But how much does that, how much of the 70 grand did they spend on the billboard? Or did somebody fund it? 5,000 a month, says Lamassouz, really in that great location? Because that's a good location to get one right by Gillette Stadium, right? It gets a lot of traffic. So yes, this is the Country Club in Brookline, Massachusetts. You're correct. You are correct, George. I don't remember what year this was. Anybody know what year it was? I don't know. I don't remember. 122nd U.S. Open Golf at the Country Club was in 2022. 2022. If you know, you know. Hostlong until it gets graffitied? I don't know. That's not the one that they put up for Enrique Delgado Garcia, right? All right, I can't do the Miles King motion right now because I really need to go rest my voice, but we will, maybe if we come in a little early tomorrow, we can do it because I'm going to have to like sift through my emails because I got 700 of them while I was sitting here with you to find it. And I just need to get out of this chair and stretch. So I love your super chat. I will try and do it in the morning. And I know somebody sent it to me, but I just can't find it right now. Okay. So thank you to the moderators because this was a really long day with a really, really difficult chat. Terry, thank you for your Venmo. Says, love your show. Your commentary is dead on. You're amazing. We'll be back tomorrow around 8:45, 8:50. Thanks, Betsy, for your Venmo. Had a snow day. She spent it with us because she's awesome. So make sure you come back tomorrow. Make sure that you are, you've smashed the like button. Make sure that you're still subscribed. Make sure that you are still a member if for some reason your credit card expired or something such as like that. And please do all the things that YouTube likes, and you know what they are. Comment on the stream after you watch it. I appreciate you so much. Okay. I will talk to you guys very soon because it'll be tomorrow. In fact, around 8:45, 8:50. And we'll come back for more spicy cross-examination of Guarino because that was like the best part of the day. And Larry is dismantling their premeditation arguments one by one, in my opinion. And he may be guilty as hell, but Larry's going to fight like hell for him. And listen, if you were a defendant too, you would want an attorney like Larry Tipton to fight for you as well. All right, you guys, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I'll see you tomorrow. And I love you. I'm going to see you soon. I'm going to die, but I will see you tomorrow morning. Peace out, you guys. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, and stay safe. Good night, everybody.